see you too. You're right there. See, I can see you. You're like. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are here for the VESL State Championship. So much is on the line, and so many players have competed for their opportunity to be on the big stage. I'm your host, Life with Panda. Joining me today is none other than Vaudable. Boy, are we in for a good one.
This is going to be such an amazing event, Panda. It is all lit up for an entire amazing league play into the regionals, now here at the state finals. Everyone undefeated, but only one can rise to the challenge for each individual game.
And listen, we had a state championship earlier this year, and it was pretty impressive, right? A lot of good teams in it, one of them being Green Hope. I know we got some Green Hope fans in the house, so we'll have to be watching those very, very closely. But we got multiple game titles.
We do.
We're going to be covering, man. Break down some of the games you're hyped to see.
I'm hyped to see every game, honestly, here,
Okay.
Panda. I mean, we're starting with Valorant and Rocket League today. Tomorrow we'll have Smash Ultimate and NBA 2K. Some of those NBA 2K matches, though, seeing them come down to the wire, I know at the Greensboro Regional I was casting that, 1 point is all it took to determine the victor at the end of it. So I know every match throughout this weekend is going to be pretty high-level competition, but also we have some STEM events that are happening tomorrow as well.
Lots of incredible action. Make sure you're tuned in here. If you're not here live, what are you doing? I'll let it slide this time, but make sure you're at the next state championships. All right, but we got our first bracket on the line. We got to talk about it. Let's bring it up on the screen. It is going to be none other than the $45,000 on the line for the Valorant bracket. We got the semifinals kicking off here today. It is Green Hope versus Northwest Guilford. I mean, you know as well as I do how that's potentially going to go. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see until we get into it. But now let's take a look at the Rocket League bracket and talk about some of the highlights there. Of course, Ardrey Kell, obviously a common team we see there in the finals, so we'll be watching them closely. Great to see Durham School of Arts, of course, Dixon High, as well as NCAA, or NCCA, I should say.
Close to it.
Lots of great teams here competing for the big one, and that's $25,000 on the line for Rocket League. I mean, you come from the Rocket League scene here, Vaudable. 25K is
That's
quite
really
a bit
nice.
when it comes to Rocket League. I can't lie.
More than you would make probably in a weekend playing an RLCS qualifier. So that's something to talk about here specifically. But the individual prize pools, though, first place for Rocket League, $6,000.
Wow.
Second place, $2,000. Third place, $1,000 there. Valorant, $10,000 for the first place team. $3,000 for second place and $1,000 for third, and it kind of goes similarly for the other games out there. So that's what these teams are competing for. If they lose their first match here too, they can still get that $1,000 for their team if they win the third place match tomorrow. So not out of it yet.
Yeah, listen, so much on the line here for these teams, and we got to talk about the players, right? That's what it's all about.
Truly.
Let's take a look at these players as they're getting ready. Look at that. They are locked in. They are eating the monitor as we speak. These players are getting lined up, ready to go. And again, we have a great matchup to start off the day. Now, for those that don't know, this is a 2-day event. This is only day number 1. So if you're here in person, make sure you got tickets for both days. It's super important. Make sure you're out here tomorrow because while today started at 6 p.m., tomorrow starts at 10 a.m. It's going to be going on all day. You do not want to miss all the incredible action. And not only incredible action, but for the people here in person, there is going to be some insane giveaways. My boy Jason from the marketing team, myself went out there, got some really cool stuff for this crew, and we can't wait to give it to the people who are in attendance here at the event. And listen, if you're at home and you're near the Raleigh, North Carolina area, just go to VESL.gg/states, get a ticket, and get over here. Come hang out.
It's that easy. It's free entry.
Free entry into this, so you definitely want to be involved in the show. But listen, before we get into it, it's Valorant, right?
It is Valorant.
We got to talk a little bit specifics about Valorant, right? What's your favorite agent?
My favorite agent? Oh my gosh. I would say my favorite agent, I like Chamber a lot. I do like Chamber a lot. I know a lot of people don't like Chamber, but I do
It's a
like the
controversial
sniper
pick.
that they have there. And the accent, I mean, it's too good, can't be beat.
Yeah, listen, that's a good pick. You know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Now, what's your favorite weapon in Valorant?
I like the Vandal a lot.
I think that's an easy take for sure. The Vandal is definitely one of the best to use when it comes to Val. Now, flipping over to Rocket League, because we'll have Rocket League immediately after this.
That's very true.
That's your home and
that
native.
is my home base.
So let's talk Rocket League. What's your favorite car?
I am just a straight-up Octane main.
Of course.
Day one, from 2015 when the game came out, till now.
2015?
2015. Played the beta and everything, too. Unfortunately, didn't get into the alpha, but it is what it is. But the Fennec's become a lot more popular recently. It's actually more popular than the Octane in Rocket League.
Wow.
If you didn't know that. So.
I did not know that. I'm just now getting into Rocket League. I actually have a bet with a friend that if I put 1,000 hours into Rocket League and he doesn't touch it until I get my 1,000 hours, that I can beat him in a 1v1 in Rocket League. So the stakes are high. I'm going to be competing it. And actually, I have a newfound respect for Rocket League after playing it, right? Like, on the surface, Rocket League is this game where it's like, oh, okay, it's like you're a car, you hit a ball in, you score, right? On the surface, it seems simple, but, man, is it so complex.
It is. The skill ceiling is so high, and the players keep learning more and more different mechanics. That I just don't know how they pull it off. We're going to see some crazy mechanics here, too. We have some really high-level Rocket League players. A lot of teams that are like almost at the peak rank as well. So we're going to be seeing flip resets, chain dashes, wall dashes, and then just ceiling shots and everything you can kind of expect. You'll see what those mechanics are if you don't really know what Rocket League is once we get into that later on. But
what I know and what's my favorite mechanic is the demo. I just want to see people run through each other on the map. We'll see that, though, after our first games of Valorant, of course. And remember, Valorant is getting started here in just a few moments. As these players get ready, though, what are some esports that you've been fond in that we've been able to bring to life here at VESL?
That's true. I mean, the cool thing about VESL, even if they don't have it during the regular season, they've had a lot of one-off tournaments. I casted the Brawlhalla tournament, and that was so fun. It is such a fast game. Like, those matches were done quick but the level of competition once it gets to the top was
Yeah.
on another level.
It really was. Look, it's cool to see VESL committing so much to the North Carolina scene, bringing esports into high schools
And not
across
just
the
high
state.
schools, but also festivals. I mean, just
Yeah.
a couple weekends ago, they're at a festival as well. They'll be
Yeah,
at
the
one
Love
next
and Light
weekend.
Festival,
Yeah.
which, by the way, we are live from the mothership. That's right.
That's true.
This is the rig that was at Love and Light Festival, and this thing is insane. If you haven't had a chance, make sure to go follow them on socials,
Do
the
it.
mothership on socials, and it is sick. This thing, I mean, once you get a chance to look at it again, if we can throw some player cams back up here, just look at the detail when it comes to this rig, right?
Or you'll see it in a moment.
Yeah, you'll see it in a moment. There's literally PCs lined up, a structure, there's lights. It is
They
just
drove this
insane.
thing into the building.
Yeah, like it is, and it is massive too. And of course, you have your host section. We have a caster section. I mean,
Truly.
there is so much thought put into the rig. This thing is going to be incredible to watch develop and see where it ends up going. Because I hear there's more events in the future here for the
I
rig.
mean, there's something happening next weekend. They'll probably message about that on social media soon. I don't know if I can announce what it is, but they'll talk about it later.
Yeah,
And there's a
you
lot
know,
of
we
stuff
might talk
happening.
about it at some point in
Yeah.
the event. That's why you got to stay tuned and pay
Exactly.
attention the entire time for your chance to check out what's coming next year for the rig. But for now, we are getting these players ready, loaded up, and getting into Valorant.
Serious business.
Serious
Only a
business.
best of one, too, so this is coming down to the wire.
Oh,
for
that's
these teams.
right.
They're
It-
only playing one map.
Best of one?
If you win one map, you get into the money. So that's the big thing here for these players is they can do that. They can get at least $3,000 if they
Yeah.
win their series. That is a lot to go home with for the team.
Yeah, I mean, look, with all that money on the line, man, if you're a player, what is
Oh,
what
gosh.
is a tip, right, that you would give to them? Like, and make it a general tip.
Yeah, yeah.
Not something that's specific to the game, but think like mindset tip. What is something that you would give them before going into this one round?
Make sure, and I've seen this with a lot of professional teams out there too, that you're still hyping up everyone up after each round, regardless of what happens. So you can hear them getting hype here for Guilford, and then we'll see Green Hope, how they'll be doing in the matchup as well. And after each round, just popping off. But also,
Yeah.
if your opponents are popping off, just take it humbly and
Yeah.
shut them down in the next round.
No, absolutely. I mean, look, it really comes down to how you play the game. Mindset is so important. Genuinely, when you go into these competitions, you got to have great chemistry and a great mindset. You can't let the mistakes get to you. I've watched pro players get consumed by a mistake
100%.
and it throw their tournament.
It's so
It
different on
happens
the live
often.
event too, compared to like playing in your bedroom or something like that, or even in a facility at school, because you're in a different environment, different
Yeah.
setup, and we'll see the players and how they are getting all ready for it as well.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be real with you. One of the things that people don't talk about, and you kind of lightly touched on it, it is the LAN nerves,
Yes.
right? Being in person is a very different environment to the online environment that these players are used to. So that can definitely play a factor into the way that these players play the game. But I think we're not too far off. You see these teams locked, loaded, ready to go, and getting into game number one as we are not too far off. Vaudable,
Yes,
I got to ask.
I know you do.
It's the prediction time.
I know.
What are you thinking? Is it Guilford? Is it Green Hope? Wait, let me ask, before you
okay.
pick, before I put you on the spot, let's see which team is louder, all right?
Okay.
Green Hope, let me hear you!
We got him
Okay.
in the crowd. We got him in the crowd.
Okay,
There we
that's
go,
pretty
there we go.
decent. You might not be able to hear all that at home, but that was pretty decent. Now Guilford, let me hear you!
Okay.
Okay, listen, if I'm going off that, this Guilford team's pretty loud. It might be a little biased because they're closer.
They are closer to us, too.
but it
I'd
was
say-
still- it was
I'd
great
say the
effort.
fans for Green Hope were louder, but the
Okay.
players for Guilford were louder. So
Okay.
that's the biggest difference here. So they
All
got
right.
kind of an even shot at this.
I'll take it. All right, awesome. Well, we are ready to go. Let's send it over to the casters and let them take us into game number one.
Getting live and loud, it is LB that is joining me and all of you to get into our first matchup. LB, we're looking at this, and this is a matchup of a team that wants a repeat and the newest team on the block.
Yeah, Green Hope, defending state champions from last year. I had the pleasure of casting their run through regionals just a couple weekends ago, and they were absolutely incredible. Lights out. Did not drop a single game in their run through, 3 rounds. 2-0 in the grand finals. They only gave up 18 rounds in the entire tournament. So they are looking like the team to beat, not only defending state champions, but also on a pretty considerable hot streak. So look for them to come out firing on all cylinders.
This is going to be a wild matchup, to be honest, because everything that I saw from Green Hope going through that fall state champion, they were able to take down Ardrey Kell, who's on the other side of the bracket. We'll be seeing them a little bit later on today, but they're trying to continue with all that momentum, playing shut down style, and that starts in the macro game. We got to talk with the students just a little bit before, but when they went to the bans and picks when it came to maps, I heard everyone on the side of Northwest Guilford saying they went lights out. They cut away all our maps. We have to play Ascent.
That's right. Northwest Guilford, coming out of the Greensboro region, only played 2 maps in the four matches that they played throughout their run through regionals. It was Lotus and Bind, and while they played it particularly well on those maps, they got counter-stratted. Green Hope banned both of those maps, and now we find ourselves on Ascent. What can we look to for the player picks here?
I mean, knowing what we've seen so far out of Green Hope, they can rely on at least 3 of the returners that came over, Squiggle Bottom, Piggy Lover, and Top. I'm going to be looking for them to probably go into an initiator, maybe something to that concept, considering the longest standing meta possible for Ascent. I could see them on a Sova, but Squiggle Bottom is really the biggest person. I'm going to call him the control master, not because they're a controller like Piggy Lover is, but because of the Sentinel and the KJ play. On the other end of things, though, things can get a little bit tricky because you have Northwest Guilford that kind of plays to a single set of agents in their entirety, but they're very creative with how they employ them.
That's right. And Mr. Swigglebottom on that Sentinel role, when he was tasked with playing Cypher, particularly on Split, was able to just dissect and exploit the opposing side by these incredible flanks that he was issuing. Killjoy is very site-centric, and he might be more of an anchor role this game. Interested to see how he fits in the team dynamic, but despite the Killjoy pick on the side of Green Hope, Northwest Guilford choosing to go with Cypher, maybe some unbreakable trips on the A site. Interested to see how he will be locking down on the defensive side, though we will first see them on the attack.
Remember, everyone, this is a best of 1. You get 1 try, and you may be seeing yourself having to deal with more. The coolest thing that we're getting to this agency, double Senti attacking pick. Thigby, that is one of the leaders of this squad out of Northwest Guilford. The Vikings have gone into a deadlock. So, will the deadlock itself turn this into a deadlock, or will it be the express lane for success for the side of Green Hope? We'll go beyond the agency pick, and we go into our first round.
And Green Hope's agent select is entirely on the current meta for high-level ranked and pro play to the T. Absolute just textbook picks out of their side. And on the other side, very unconventional. You don't often see Cypher, but lots of power with his tripwires being able to come back online. A bit concerned about deadlock. I am very interested to see what Northwest Guilford can be cooking with this deadlock pick, especially like you mentioned on the side of attack. If they can sneak a few rounds in, catch Green Hope off guard, their defensive half could be very, very intriguing. But we're about 5 seconds from the first round being underway. Set up on B from the Killjoy of Green Hope is looking a bit distant, while a lot of the players are set up on A. Looks like the attack of Northwest Guilford will be leaning towards that weaker B site.
It's heard the Vikings talking a little bit before about how they wanted to get aggressive. And apparently going in with this, Thigby's going to try and lead that charge. Mr. Squigglebottom will be able to play some counter-insurgency, and Thigby will fall, but they find 2. Mr. Squigglebottom not leaving until Penta forces them out of the way, but it's a very hurt rush into the form of the Sova. Northwest Guilford not able to find it, and it's Green Hope. They stand their ground. They take round 1.
Jenny able to preserve that dash until the late round. And Penta needing to get on site before that smoke fades, feeling the urgency, just caught unawares as Chenny's able to dash on site, get the free kill, but still very close round. Green Hope not wanting to let too much slip away. They're really trying to get a feel for how Northwest Guilford wants to approach this. They sent the deadlock up deep middle to throw that wall to block the retake through market, but just weren't able to get enough space onto site, and eventually their attack collapsed.
At the Wilmington Regional, I got to see the Monarchs employ a double sentinel style. And if you can get something to work like that, it was a Killjoy and Cypher at the time. This one, though, as a Deadlock and Cypher, you're definitely going to have the anti-alert, so you're not going to get flanked. But you have to find some value, especially off of these counter angles. You can't just go up main and roll as a bundle because you're just not going to have the pushing power unless they're able to get Carlson. Now, they know one is down in distance from main, and that's why the tailwind gets activated, I think, because of the jump peak. They may not go to it again, but I say that Chenny will find first blood and Thigby falls.
Northwest Guilford needing to find some space here. Chenny with that Marshall, all he needs is a body shot. Wasn't able to find it. Now it comes through on Justin. And Green Hope playing calm, collected, not overextending too much. Wanting to keep all of their weaponry intact so that they can bonus in the following round.
Trying to throw out a little bit of utility right now. Northwest Guilford losing bodies, and they're starting to get surrounded as well. So Guilford, the Vikings, running out of options. They're not on the better buy, and they've really got to just at least find value walking out of this. They'll either get a plant or you're going to get a pick. That's one nice shot, making another, but you're going to have the run down by Squiggle Bottom, and that's going to be one of the biggest players we actually check out the entirety of, not just today, but possibly a grand final berth, definitely into tomorrow. But I mean, there was just not a lot of movement here from this attack. You're on the weaker buy, and because of that, your Sentinels can't really buy up to the full util either. Yeah, and only the KO on the side of Green Hope was put down. I think didn't even buy in. Had a classic when he lost there. But at this point, we're just going to take a quick break and throw it on over to the hosts.
Let's go, Buckethead. Bot coming back.
So round number 3 coming around the bend. Green Hope now going to hang out onto this bonus. It won't be a flawless, but Northwest Guilford with this first 90 seconds coming through. They got to make the best of this, and I got to see Carlson, Monty finding some picks. They're going to be retreated all the way back. Paranoia's going to be teed up, and they're actually going to have hot feet. But they were able to find at least a safety corner, finding one in distance. Penn was able to give it a swivel on, and they're finding this one from beyond the dark cover. That is a great push. But Chenny off of the shorty have at least kept this one with them down in distance. And Chenny finds a third universe. This is turning all wrong for the Vikings.
The lone player on Northwest Guilford, rifle in hand, on site, catches Chenny off. 3 kills on the round. He'll get enough value for his side. Universe, a nice flash. No swing off it though. They're patient. They're waiting for the plant. They know. Guilford's moved. That Rock Dude, a second kill, needing the third to close the round. Both players quite low, but the HP is on the side of Northwest Guilford. Another fake on the tap. 40 seconds, lots of time to work with. That Rock Dude playing very, very smart, very controlled. Now we'll stick the plant.
Planted.
Rock Dude says that he planted the flex and clutch. That is the volume that you're going to get a lot from this team. When the Vikings are able to find success, they're able to do big things, and that ends up being at least a round to be going with. But the thing that we have to talk about right now, they lost 4 weapons. 4 weapons hit the floor. A very successful bonus round, even if it comes up short. You leave only Rock Dude with a weapon, and now this buy is going to be a little weak.
Yeah, it looks like they might be buying into it, though. They absolutely are, and full weaponry on the side of Green Hope to respond. This is a gamble from Northwest Guilford, and they're leaning towards this B site once again. The Killjoy setup took a lot of damage off of the side of Northwest Guilford on that last entry. Will they be wise enough to mix up their approach on this execution? The smoke coming through a delay. Not much on the end of that drone, and they're fixing to execute onto the B site. Maybe waiting out the smoke cycle, but we know that another Omen smoke is coming on the tail end of this. A Paranoia, perhaps. Mr. Squigglebottom gets one through the smoke.
Just throwing it out down in distance. This is one of those moments where I start thinking about, okay, Green Hope can kind of guess at an 80% mentality that if they get single pressure or contact out of the Vikings, they can more or less concern themselves with only that position. Because you have, with 2 Sentinels, you need to have multiple bodies to really have that pressure. Looking to be able to get something from there in market. You're going to have the Paranoia again. They are stuck just with the house. And now Chenny is just basically throwing up shots for free. Anything that will stick, that'll do. The Penta, or rather Penta's going to be going for the plant. They can't get anything.
Planted.
The Flash ends up being on their same team. They TP just for safety, but it's a 4v4. I'm surprised more didn't fall for the side of Guilford.
Even numbers on the Penta popping off. I was able to catch up with Northwest Guilford before the match.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
another coming through. Digby, just one player remains. Green Hope. Northwest Guilford gambled on the buy this round, and they've got the better of them so far. The dart looks like it will reveal Top, the last remaining player, and he'll be forced to retreat.
Top knows when to leave. They were talking about it. Northwest Guilford, that was serious execution, and they trusted the tendencies that they've already seen in the first 3 rounds. Knowing that they're playing for a very heavy market presence, as well as now knowing that the operator was sitting beyond the dark cover from that defensive link. Great ideas, and they narrowed the funnel to be able to get some of those shots, and great positioning in Boathouse. We go 2-2, and you know, Guilford, they stabilize, and they're going to force Green Hope to have to settle into an eco.
And I caught up with Penta before the match. A lot of the Northwest Guilford side, either Ascendant or Immortal ranked. Penta coming in as the lone gold player, however, citing that he has played CSGO since the ripe age of 6. So over a decade of experience in Counter-Strike, and you can see how that tactical first-person shooter experience carries over so well, coming up with some key kills in these full-body rifle rounds for Northwest Guilford.
Who says video games don't pay off? Parents, you're investing in the right future. Carlson Monty, they're going to have that operator that already went live and loud at the top side of mid. And that's going to end up being a miss as the Blade Storm gets popped here for the side of Green Hope. That is your eco ultimate. Coolest thing that I'm actually seeing right now, you have 2 long-range AoE funnel ultimates out of both the Annihilation as well as the Hunter's Fury that can open up some space, but also secure it if a plant can happen. Now, Northwest Guilford is kind of down-checking, and they're doing it off of this operator, Carlson Monty. Will they dry peek into it? They're going to at least down-check. They have no idea until Penta, they traded the weapons around.
Well, not sold yet. Sticking, checking, waiting for the swing, knowing that Green Hope's low on weapons and they might fall onto sight, but now the plant will go down. Good fight will go the way of Mr. Squigglebottom. The weapon disadvantage still coming out on top, but this deadlock wall is going to delay the retake so much, especially with the weaker weapons.
Mesh wall is the bane of any kind of eco, and that's actually where huge strength on this pick really starts coming through for the Vikings. 4v2 and a very hurt Killjoy. They're not going to invest that lockdown. That's going to be for another set piece for later, and the Universe is just trying to get anyone set away. If they can get a single pick, that's already good. They got a weapon. Universe hits their shot, but Penta off of the operator makes sure that there is no further damage. They keep 2 alive. They will find their 3rd round in a row. Now we're going to the rifle round here around the bend.
Still a few more deaths than you might have hoped to see on the side of Northwest Guilford. That was an anti-eco round for them, and they lost 3. Still, I think their eco's in a pretty comfortable place, having won the past 3 rounds, but dropped a number of players in that most recent one. Still, ultimates in their favor. The retake with the Killjoy ult on the side of Green Hope, likely to be countered by Northwest Guilford unless they're able to take that Sova down with the ult early.
That's actually what they're going to keep just forever. That is such a counter pick like for the longest time. You can use it late term, but they're going to try and retake off of this thing depending on where they end up too. Now, it's not been made easy. Green Hope, they've been able to at least force Northwest Guilford to give up a body or 2 upon entry to sites. They have not down-checked for tree just yet, and that's one of the few that really has been left alone. Marketplace has been tended to a little bit, but they're not dueling there. Carlson Monty is going to at least look around some of these blind corners off and away from the dark cover, but that's allowing them to transition between mid off that timing, and they don't know how close that was.
Razor thin margins, almost the result of Mr. Squigglebottom losing his life, but Penta has just been opening up with so many of these kills for his side. That deep mesh wall from Deadlock is creating a lot of value, where Green Hope are spread across the map and able to contain so much of the map control that they've been looking for. It's just been blown apart by these Deadlock walls in ways that I would never have even expected.
Now, the coolest thing about that, because you do expend that utility, they're expecting you to at least send a lot more. Top with Odin
30
in
seconds
hand,
left.
and this could be basically a sentry turn. Oh no, you get caught with util! Wrong timing. The tailwind will allow Carlson to just overtake Top, and now it becomes a 3v3. This plant should be coming through, and it's another post-plant defense here for the Vikings.
Such an aggressive play. by Carlson Monty, dashing into opposing territory, getting one free with the util in hand. Now even numbers on the retake, but Carlson Monty still very low on HP. The lockdown invested, no Sova ult to counter. Piggy Lover gets one, now it's a 3v2, low health again on Carlson Monty, and they can't even respond to this Killjoy ult. They have to push, and the players on the side of Green Hope are so ready for it. Last player detained, he will be taken down by the blade.
That was a very smart utilization of the ultimate and a great way for Green Hope to bounce back after letting 3 in a row. The first half of the first half, call it the first quarter. Either way, it's done. As Northwest Guilford were rats in a cage, despite all their rage. They'll have to turn the page to the next chapter here in round number 7.
Green Hope, the clear favorites heading into this, but Northwest Guilford have kept it close, kept them honest. Very unconventional strategies coming out on the side of Northwest Guilford, really catching Green Hope off, but a very important and timely response from their side. Now they will have the 0 point online as well for Green Hope.
I can be able to shut things down. They got the null command online. It can make a rush really difficult. That Blade Storm is going to get utilized here by Guilford. So they still have a weapon in their back pocket, but they choose to use it aggressively. And if there was anything that I was hearing, the IGL said, let's be aggressive. Oh man, as soon as they drop down in front of them, is able to take them down. The Annihilation is going to get utilized. They didn't capture anyone in the cocoon. Zigby is standing their ground in mid-ground, and they're actually using the recon dart to try and get some of those scans on the Jimmy. But it's better picks being found by the Vikings. Green Hope with only one left alive. Up in heaven, that may be where they stay.
They're calling out so loud on the stage. I can hear him from here. They know exactly where he is. Smoke. Penta in his drone. Upgrade of the weapon. Swings out wide, dash active. He's stunned. Northwest losing space. The last player is low. Jenny with the smoke to tap, baiting out the swing. It's so precarious. The Rock Dude standing his ground. He's put down, but there's no time for the defuse. Jenny will get the gun. He's going to go down to the spike, most likely the dash. He saves the weapon just barely.
You're hearing a bit of the land chippiness that is missing in an online capacity. I'm hearing yes sirs and possibly very loud salutes. So, Guilford, they're able to make an aggressive push into this moment, and Green Hope will fall again. So, depends on what this buy is going to be looking like. And operators have been pretty present so far, I'd say. We've actually seen some flip-flops, some trickeration between a couple players on the Vikings. And it hasn't been the most impactful thing, but they've been rotating it around the map, but it hasn't dictated any, I guess, amount of rotation away. They still fight straight up into those more lethal weapons.
And a 1v4 retake coming through, so huge for his squad, but able to take some weapons away, not able to secure the round still. A full buy for Northwest Guilford, a trade coming through, and a 4v4 retake. Penta planting on the B site.
Spike planted.
Retreating 2 players in B main. Could be key late in the round to catch them off. The drone being used early. Will not be able to clear that space, but a smoke is expended. Justin a pick.
Off from tiles, nothing secure. Oh, they stepped straight into it as a very raw peak. They had nothing to help themselves out. Top is trying to just spray. They know someone is surrounding them. It's a 2v4, and there's really just not much going for them, especially on this cross position. They're walking away with the operator, and that's going to be another one here for Northwest Guilford. Right now, as you are seeing this, 8 rounds in, 5-3. The Vikings are setting a precedent to send Green Hope reeling on their heels.
Green Hope, they looks of frustration on their faces. They haven't faced any adversity since this time last year. They ran through regionals. They were expected to run away with it again, and Northwest Guilford stepping up with some adversity. Not only that, but this is a defensive-sided map. Green Hope needs to come away with as many rounds as they can, because when they're on the other side of things, when they're attacking against a Deadlock and a Cypher, it might be too much to conquer on their end.
They're going to have a Fortress of Solitude. It's going to be so tough to get beyond the rampart of that castle. Big note. Last time that Ascent was played by the Vikings, it was 13-1 over Western Guilford in their Guilford Conference Finals. That has been a while, and they were like, oh, they took our maps. They decided to go with an aggressive game plan to be able to take them down. So, as they again try to full man rush into this, Carlson Monty is now the initiator. But that's the bottom. They eventually gets dropped. They find both Penta and Bigby, who have really been able to hold these sites strong. Plant hasn't occurred yet.
Chenny's held onto that op, but the rest of his team is on such light weaponry. He gets to get one, not quite. The spike is retrieved and will head to the site. Still the numbers in Green Hope's favor, but the weapons are not. Chenny needs to find some eligibility with this op.
Spike
Both
planted.
smokes out, choosing instead to pivot towards the stairs. A little pump fake. Can find one. This is his window. Nearly on the wall bang. Inching closer to the smoke. Carlson Monty finds two.
One enemy remaining.
It's down to the lone player on Northwest Guilford. Against the op, he can't even peek this angle. He knows what's waiting on the other side. The flash in, the drop.
One
Missed by
enemy
the shot
remaining.
universe put down. Chenny with the op. Drop. This is the shot for Rock Dude with 3 to win the round.
What a nervy play. You know as soon as the calm is coming through, he's deep in left corner. You have to hard scope into it, especially because you're re-aggressing off of the op. So you try to be able to keep that angle, but they keep it even closer. They hug those bricks like it's mom and it's Christmas morning, and they're just trying to stay alive. Of the last 7 rounds, 6 of them have punched up 3 and 3 for Northwest Guilford. We have 3 more to go here, LB. And Green Hope, they're needing a lot more than just hope.
Chenny's saved up enough over the couple past rounds where he's saved the previous op to now be able to buy in full alongside his team. They're going to need to find an answer here before this game is just too far gone. 3 to 6, they're down. Carlson Monty holding the cross as his team scales up. Cat, the drone, Penta, what's the follow? The response from the knife. It's shot by the teammate and a tag coming out as well. We'll gain some space for the side of Northwest Guilford. That mesh wall as well, creating so much room for the side of Northwest Guilford to work with. They're in the site, practically unopposed.
Jenny's not been able to make this operator work for them. They actually will use that Hunter's Fury in opposite, and in from the defensive position, they're trying to be able to clear out or at least put some damage down lane over into hell. Chenny, what in the world? They use a floor bang into Thigby, and now off the Blade Storm, that gets popped on the defensive side. Green Hope is trying to re-aggress in a hurry.
Mr. Squigglebottom
One
comes
enemy
out
remaining.
through door, through tree, and up. This knife, Chenny will put down Justin. Green Hope, much needed relief on their side.
10 rounds in, and we've seen Green Hope hanging on for dear life, but Northwest Guilford has really put them through their paces, and you see them consistently adapting, talking, good communication to be able to really take on these moments. But Green Hope did the exact same thing, especially off of this gameplay. Look at them just grouping together, abandoning the operator, going high velocity, high impact, especially off of the Blade Storm. But it was just that to guide the rest of the squad, and it was just insurgency, find themselves from hell as well as from the Jenny, and they took over site.
A timeout coming in from the side of Northwest Guilford. Not a ton to worry about. They have a comfortable lead, especially on the attacking side of a defensive-sided map, but they just want a second to talk things over. Their eco likely still in a good place. And they just need to break out some extra plays from their playbook. You got to expect that a deadlock pick has been rehearsed. They have some set plays, they have some strats to incorporate that element of their play style. It's been very successful so far. 2 rounds left. What else can they cook up?
We know what we could cook up is more of that wave. I saw the crowd out there. They were trying to be able to start a wave with one team. I believe in a one-man wave. Go for it. What they really need to find is it is a full swell. There has been no feint about when they go to site. That might be something that gets switched up here in the near future, but Northwest Guilford has been very honest about where they want to go. If they're going to rotate, they rotate as a full bundle, a full bowling ball. And Green Hope, they've not been able to stop it because the numbers do exist. Now, some of that could start to finally get a linger, but Squigglebottom, he's also not been able to address offside. He's been retreated back onto site for much of it. They're going to actually see themselves with kind of low power by weapons. Squigglebottom does get rid of Justin, so they do sniff out that there was a 4-1 split.
Squigglebottom so deadly on the flank, and he's coming around the other side of Northwest Guilford with Justin Senko. Further utility to delay, but Northwest Guilford found a way on the side.
One enemy remaining.
Put down in the process. Piggy Lover comes up huge with a 3-piece.
Flawless at that one. Guilford was in a bargain
Last
bin
round in the
situation.
half.
So, as we go into the last round of the first half, Green Hope, there was a lot of damage done. It was a 6-3 at one point. They've taken a couple back, and the Vikings have the potential to see this one go dead even or have a 7-5. I want to see how they rock and roll with the Hunter's Fury. They have a couple Intel ultimates. Carlson Monty, that Blaze Storm is really just going to be for comfort, but it's going to be execution rate. Do they take it off of B, or do they try to split this one up? They had a lot of success out in mid. We haven't seen that recently.
Penta's held on to this Hunter's Fury the entire half. He was waiting to use it to counter the lockdown, but it got used after he was put down, so he's just been pocketing that. He knows that is a perfect counter to the lockdown. Needing to play his life here for sure. Early presence in B main, they're thinking better of it. Smoke from the side of Northwest Guilford to conceal the rotation through mid, a drone to follow. Hearing things out, pushing players back. Justin, just the lighter weaponry, not able to get the job done. He did make contact with the head, but Mr. Squigglebottom, too sharp.
And off of the dark cover, off of mid, that's going to be their pivot point. They know they don't have the elongated pressure to stay there. Justin is losing out on that trade. Oh, and they still get one. Pinto is good for two off the spectrum, but Piggy Lover is able to find themselves another one. They had a 3K in the previous round to get that flawless, and now they've got at least one to slow them down. They are separated from Spike. Northwest Guilford with only 2 remaining. They got the Blade Storm popped already to try and get precision. Now they're going for the plant.
30
they're
seconds
going all
left.
in for A.
Spike
Piggy Lover's
planted.
timing is excellent as the spike goes down, takes a wider position out through heaven, out through the
One
smoke, top
enemy
lane, a little
remaining.
bit more conservative. Carlson Monty's put down, it's just that rock dude stuck in heaven. He gets one, but his position's revealed. Top with the spray will get the better of him and equalize the score at the half.
You know, we're going to be going into the next half. It's basically nothing. But you feel like there's a tiny bit of methodical momentum here for Green Hope. They've been
Switching
challenged.
sides.
Now they have to use what we were talking about as your kind of pro-meta, longest-standing meta situation and composition going into this attack. Northwest Guilford sold out to have a double sentinel of this Deadlock and Cypher, and I want to see how this works.
And Northwest Guilford had concerns about the map choice. They felt that Green Hope was anti-stratting it, and then they anti-stratted the anti-stratters with this very unique composition. It really caught Green Hope off guard. Fortunately, they were able to find their footing and claw their way back to an even scoreline here, but you're exactly right. Defensive side of comp will favor Northwest Guilford. I'm interested to see we got both Sentinels looking to be set up
them down
on A. They're going to be walking right into that unless they can find a pivot here with the info off of the Silver Dart.
Definitely stretch the util. Now it's a pistol round, so you're not going to have a lot, but you can mix and match, which is kind of nice. You can then slow them down, and definitely that mesh barrier is very difficult to get through when it comes to pistols. But they can put the sonic sensors as well as the tripwires, and that's a lot of stuns, consistent stuns. You can't really rush it down, which is really a good counter strat when it comes to dealing with jets that want to just dump with the cloudburst and then rush onto site. Same thing when it comes to raises, but they can break your stuff.
Look at Mr. Squigglebottom up mid. He's found the one hole.
Ooh.
And he's in there deep. He's scouting. He's top mid now. There's 2 players that seem to be aware of it. The fight could be coming. Mr. Squigglebottom, some damage done onto the Deadlock. The Dart finding info. Rock Dude stuck on the dice. He does have a teleport to escape. Shock Dart's looking to clear him out, but he will hold his ground. He's confident in being able to play off the Cypher trips. Justin, though, a cheeky fight. The stun off of the trip, and Piggy Lover will be put down. The trip comes back online. The Sova can't break through.
Ooh, the Squigglebottom. Oh, off of the Shock Dart. 3 from 3.
One enemy
and now
remaining.
it's just a 2v1. You have all of 1 remaining for this Sova. They're trying to get
player
the space
standing.
spray. Squigglebottom separated from Spike. Penta, plenty of health to make this work. Can they be able to see this? The right-hand elbow! And the clutch will happen from the Vikings. Look at them get loud. They know how much this match means to be able to not just get to grand finals, but they would be able to take down the previous state champion.
The previous state champions, the clear favorites, even this time around, have looked so strong. And Northwest Guilford, it's a best of 1. They could end Green Hope's hopes right in this first game. Mr. Squigglebottom, though, keeping his team in it, delivers 3. nearly the plant, but it's not enough. The 1v2 retake was so well executed. The spam through the wall, Penta knows that the walls on Ascent are made of paper, and he's executing that knowledge to perfection.
I'm starting to think they're even worse than paper. I think it's just literally hopes and maybe some dreams. Oh, off of that. Trying to be able to get one. They turn it into an aim lab, and only one of those is able to land here for Squigglebottom. 2 big kills happened in Tree in the last round. That's where most of this stopped here for Green Hope, especially on the attack.
Tagged.
Can they be able
This
to do the same
unbreakable
thing?
trip for Northwest Guildford is so oppressive. We saw
It
Top
is.
put down. And that camera is so cheeky too. Piggy Lover gonna need to push into this trip. He's lit up and Justin puts him down. The trip was taken out though, so now there is a red carpet on the way out to site, but still the players are choked up by that smoke.
Outlaw went up. That is the anti-save weapon, especially if you get the land shots. You land neither of those for Carlson Monty. That's why they got to go to the first place. Use like cloud burst. They cannot escape. Top is able to get us off spam. It's a 3v2. Green Hope. Can they eco break into this one? They've sold out. 35 seconds is still enough to rotate if they feel like it. And off of that dark cover, they may have to.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
This is a big map. Unless you're running through mid, they may have to just commit here on A. The site player is weakened, but still better weaponry on their side. Scaling up, not wanting to get caught off by any of those trips. Crossfires Chenny, snaps right to the head. That rock dude is put down. Things are interesting. The players on Green Hope
10
are
seconds
low.
left.
The retake is just a 2v2.
Here.
Up an upgrade for Top. Ooh. Dart, not seeing much.
Having a clue.
1 enemy remaining.
Off of the wallbang headshot. Top has the better weapon. And now they retreat together. They consolidate their weaponry. Thigby's
heard
got
him.
to spin.
One
Oh, they
enemy
landed with
remaining.
1. They use the classic. Oh! And that's 2 for Thigby.
Northwest Guildford getting loud. They know they are on the precipice of
Clutch.
something great. And the
Well,
1v2
that
again,
was
numbers
quite fun.
favoring Green Hope. Weaponry, despite being on an eco,
Combat
was
is a means
favoring
to
Green
an
Hope
end.
late in the round, and they still
And
could
we
not come
are
away
the
with it.
leaders.
Both players weakened up on the entry, and this Cypher setup is just becoming too harsh against the side of Green Hope, and they need to be able to counter either with that KO, with the 0 point, or with the shock darts to light up those trips and take them down.
They're head fake daring them to move this setup.
You can see
It's crazy.
You see those
Sound
pings
sensor
as
up.
well coming out
Yeah.
on the side of Green Hope. They're like, the trips are here, 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 and here.
Yeah.
We need you. We need you to take those out with the shock darts. And the recon dart getting info. Squigglebottom forced off the angle. Carson Monty, an
Night,
unexpected push up cat. He flips into another. He gets one more, and the bullet penetration. He comes away with 3 with just the sheriff. Devastating. The full buy round for Green Hope.
Depth of space. They're trying to hyper-utilize, but they have the sonic
Last player
sensors. No
standing.
tripwires. Thigby's able to get rid of
Spike
Top.
down A.
And it turns into 1 robot versus humanity. They have to pass the Turing test on this one. Universe gonna try and use that underhand flash. Thigby will
Thrifty.
not lose their life. A Thrifty. It was thieving mid to take that 3K, and that
You're all more important than
completely
words from
sent
Green
Green Hope into the gutter.
Green
Look
Hope
out
needs
for
to
each
call
other.
timeout right now. They need to
Yeah.
take a moment, catch their breath. They're on a big stage right now, no doubt. They're on the rig, but they need to
Sound
collect
sensor up.
themselves, stay composed. They've
Listening.
rehearsed this a million times, but just not against this unconventional of a comp, and it is just really throwing them for a loop.
It was not a strong bonus, and it in fact was a Thrifty, and they find massive value from it.
This
Like-
B site has not even been tested. We've just seen this mesh wall come out every single round from Thigby. It's able to take so much of the map away and give them so much control so that they can just hold on to that A site. Carlson Monty, the opener, on the anti-eco. He's out wide though, and he's put down. Some sprays coming out from Chenny despite the deficit his team has found. Still feeling confident. Hoping to instill some fear into the side of Northwest Guildford. But they are unfaltering. Thigby standing his ground, expecting more, knowing that these players might hope to retrieve that rifle and not giving them the opportunity to do so.
They're looking for options. You see the shock dart. Top was just waiting around. They were hoping to find something off of the owl drone, but Rock
Spike
Dude went
down
nowhere.
A.
Hanging out as a deep sentry into mid. Green Hope, they're just waves crashing against the cliff side. That is Northwest Guildford. Piggy Lover does get one. That's going to be a weapon upgrade. And so Piggy Lover's going to try and assist them as they move forward, but this is still an uphill battle. They got to get this plant off, and they're separated from Smite.
Blinding.
Ryan coming in, not catching Digby though.
Shadows.
Door being closed, isolating a fight. Are they aware of this
30
player that's
seconds
main? The
left.
drone will come out, not giving them any amount of comfort to be able to even push towards this fight. Their attention's still on Heaven. 20 seconds,
Last
Chenny gets
player
one,
standing.
but the trade, that Rock dude still holding on to possession of the spike. The fight isolated, Chenny taking it to Penta, but Penta is aware, he's ready for the push.
They were playing cat and mouse, forced Chenny's hand, and Chenny, well, they got to go up and fight. That's Northwest Guildford, who knew to hang on to Spike's side, and it was just an attempt to try and recover. 15 and 10 is Penta, and yet they feel like they're vibing as a flawless completion. Chenny at 19 and 8 has been a very lethal and efficient force, but this defense, we talked about that. Northwest Guildford is impenetrable, and we haven't even seen more than what, the one plant? Have we seen one?
Yes, but it's just been countered so quickly.
Yeah.
And yes, breaking this mesh wall is very important to counter with the ball. Three misses from Squigglebottom, but he will be put down. Digby swings out, and the smoke to mask his escape. The pit coming out, despite all the players that were there to free him from that ultimate. Carlson Monty as well, testing out deeper into this pocket, this cubby, thinking better of it. The numbers advantage, retreating. Piggy Lover, will TP past the trip? Is there value to be found on the back of this? The shock will pave the way into the A site. Top, looking like he will be able to secure the plant.
Biggest reason why Squigglebottom going down early was because they had the lockdown. They're going to try and finally peel open this can that is B. A, they were able to move it around. Now, Northwest Guildford has a 5v4 retake. They actually have the Hunter's Fury to be able to lock this down as well. Blaze-Storm online. They're trying to be able to just jump in like they saw Green Hope do before. But now it's full side control. They're baiting that one out. They're going to have to move this around. Penta doesn't want to get caught in this funnel. Universe is able to get two. Justin and Rock
One
go
enemy
down.
remaining.
Can Green Hope stabilize 4v1? I'd say yes.
It's put to half on the defuse. Just the soaking, Digby soaking
Just
that
let them
Hunter's
try
Fury.
to catch me.
Eventually put down, but did get the bomb to half. However, just a 1v4, too much to overcome even when you have the spike at half. Green Hope breathing a sigh of relief to finally get one on the board on their attack side.
That's
Here.
just one, though. Northwest Guildford, a ton of momentum, but that helps remind them where they are.
They did what they needed to do, though. They have just conceded so much map control to these Sentinels.
Yeah.
The mesh wall from Deadlock, being able to shoot that as soon as the round starts, as well as denying those tripwires on A site. They dash past the wall. Is Digby aware of
You
this?
should run.
Now lockdown. They get rid of it. This is going to be the best moment, too. Full investment here to B site. Will they be able to get themselves through? You do have that ultimate online that is going to be from the shadows, and they know that they're in that deep corner, so they end up way away from it. Penta finds another, and
enemy
it is just
remaining.
falling at the
Spike
seams.
down, B.
Northwest Guildford,
Flawless.
they don't give up a body, and they're able to get themselves to 11. Green Hope having their hopes dashed at the door.
That lockdown cleared out everything except the back corner of Boathouse, and Top TP'd in with his ultimate to get the information about the player that was trapped in the corner, Penta, but Penta still came away with two, and the Green Hope attack was absolutely decimated. A full buy now, though, for Green Hope on the back of a Blade Storm, and this might
Keep up.
seem like Green Hope's last chance.
They got a null command. They can get some space. Blaze Storm's going to get popped right now, and they're going to try and at least take over mid. But, man, there's one place I would not want to go right now. A hunkering down of utility, and you would be stunned for the next year.
Look at this heads-up play from Northwest Guildford. The Cypher set up on A, but he's playing off-site because he's aware of this null command that could come through on the side of Green Hope. He's setting his
That's so
team
smart.
up to play off his trips, but they're not going to the A site. They're pivoting. But the player advantage, the personnel on the side of Northwest Guildford. Chenny going to be walking right into Carlson Monty. He gets the better of it, jumps in the swing, puts him down. Could Cypher ult off this to get info, but instead chooses to retreat and even exchange.
Walk away from it. Now the null command. There's nothing to have to clear. So this is mostly just shut down just general abilities at this point. Justin was able to get rid of at least one. Can they find it off the angle? No, that's going to be a paranoia that gets invested. Penta good for 2. They get down the bot, then they get down the German. That maintains them. Penta on this 3v3. You also have the Hunter's Fury. They want to confirm this kill. They don't want to allow them to get the revive, and they're going to have the man advantage as that one does come through.
Investing the Hunter's Fury here could be devastating.
Standing ahead.
If he chooses to do so. Piggy Lover pushing! The dart will reveal his position. He's teleported up on top of the box. He finds a no with Hunter's Fury to respond. Piggy Lover not able to be found. They know that he's on site. 1v1 situation. Time ticking down the ramp by Piggy Lover, and he's provided the sliver of hope for his green squad.
Northwest Guilford has not needed a timeout. Green Hope has thought about it, and yet they're keeping in stride. This is some of that macro game. They're refusing to bend in that mentality. They're trying to keep in it with the Vikings. As we go to this bye, we're going to have another rifle round coming up. It does look like we actually will have a pause. Oh, it looks like we have a tech pause. Okay, we're gonna be chilling with them. There's been a lot of rambunctiousness, so I can appreciate this pause. Maybe there's some just asking the admin, making sure everything is, you know, copacetic.
You already talked about how Penta is by far the lowest ranked player on the side of Northwest Guilford, yet way atop the leaderboard, 19 and 12, a Gold 2 player in an immortal lobby, just absolutely decimating that point and click adventure game experience coming through from Counter-Strike, and just delivering on all fronts. The knowledge of how to navigate these tactical shooters, proving the years of experience coming through and delivering when his team needs it the absolute most.
I mean, Valorant is, you know, if Overwatch and CS made a baby, and they're like, hey, cool, now go to college. We've given you plenty of tuition. So, they're like, all right, it's a gun game, so let me just get rid of all these abilities, and let's see what happens at the end of it. Penta very, very intellectual in that regard. I mean, on the other side of it, the Rock dude, he's kind of the unsung hero for me. Really has just made it difficult for the side of Green Hope to press into site. Obviously, you get that out of your Sentinels, but you need a consistent controller to really kind of keep those timings up. And apparently, it was a headset issue, so making sure everyone could hear each other, be able to get the comms up.
And another unsung hero from Northwest Guilford is definitely Justin on that Cypher role. His trips have been so oppressive, and although he doesn't have the kills to show for it, has been setting his team up for success. Again, we saw the counter strat against the No Command, just playing off-site, getting so much info. His cam is like nestled above in that tree space to really just lock down that whole position. The space that's been gained by his camera and by the deadlock mesh wall has been very tough to counter.
I can tell that they've been watching a little bit of social media, because I saw that one just the other day. Hide it up in tree.
And adapting to the strats, they know where the unbreakable trip is. They've been able to counter it with the shock dart. Now instead choosing to send the trip a little bit deeper so that the shock dart might not find it. The drone clearing out wine as well. Lots of pressure towards the A side. Chenny up over the trip on top of Jen. A fight against Rock Dude. Rock Dude slipped the radar. Gets a pick. Chenny with the trade, but Justin gets another to open up. The deadlock mesh needing to be addressed. Mr. Squigglebottom closing the door. Should come through with the plant.
Spike planted.
Justin could choose to use the Cypher roll here for information coming through from Tree. Carlson Monty, first contact on top.
One enemy remaining.
Swing transfers to Chenny. Last third, Mr. Squigglebottom, he sat down. Northwest Guilford advanced to match point.
Carlson Monty won the world with a spray transfer. As soon as they saw Chenny from off of their left flank side, swung, then swung for the fences further. Haymaker for Haymaker. That is 3 on that young man. And then we move over into a 12-8 position that Green Hope is not used to at all. LB, we could be seeing the previous state champs go down and be forced to play for only third.
And look at the buy that's coming in. Only 2 rifles. It's so broken. They've not been able to do much with even full weaponry. Broken, battered, needing to find an answer and needing it in every single one of the next 4 rounds to stay alive and keep their repeat state title dreams alive. Northwest Guilford hoping to smash them here and now.
Vikings have been very patient about their defense. At times, they've been able to uptick the pace. They see the scan out on Justin. He's going to walk away with it. Paranoia gets used to be able to create some of that extra space and confusion. Squigglebottom knows they have to get this into CQC territory. They use the long bottom, cover their back end, go for this plant, and now they use that extra from the shadow. He's deep underneath, but Rock Dude is sniffed out.
Chenny saw his toes, but didn't clock it first. Fortunate that he's able to come away with that one. 5v4, numbers advantage on Green Hope's side during this retake. Still the weapon advantage for Northwest Guildford though. And Chenny, very low, even though coming out on top of that duel, he's put down to just a few HP. Very methodical, clearing every angle. Chenny forced out to the gen, and Carlson Monty wins the duel.
Right here. They were pretty much taking
Another
right.
one.
Oh, but they're
Last
still
player
staying in hell,
standing.
and that is going to just be untenable. They're able to get one, but Carlson Monty can't do the same thing before, and that's going to be some weapon upgrades. They had the lesser arsenal
Remember, your
walking
weapon
into
is
this
only
round,
a tool.
and then they're
You
able to
can't
grab
just
at least a few
shoot.
from the ground. I
You
think they
have to
have at
think.
least 3 that survived, so that's going to help them out in the long run, considering they were forced up.
Northwest Guildford just need one. Another full buy on their end. Their economy's looking quite healthy. Some ultimates potentially coming online if Deadlock can get a kill. Could be incredibly useful for the retake.
Step away
Moving
from that
towards the A site.
annihilation as well.
The adjustments that have been made by Justin. Oh, an aggressive push by Carlson Monty. He's deep, mid-control. Fully for Northwest Guildford early in this round. Mr. Swigglebottom, he's on his heels. They're converging on him. But they didn't clock him. He's got one, but he's put down. Traded out. Map control still largely in favor of Northwest Guildford, though. They have to
No
execute
surprises.
directly on the site because, frankly, Green Hope
No
has the rest of the map locked down.
Ultimate
Bigby
ready.
gets one. This could be it. Oh, the spam coming through. Universe put down with the low
Spike
HP.
planted.
Chenny knows he needs to find the opener here.
That annihilation is going to play a big key if they want to be able to expend it here. Paranoia gets used, trying to just keep all angles. They have a full cross, not playing offside. They're on top of that Chenny. Chenny is able to find at least one. They get rid of the right
Enemy
part,
remaining.
and they find a second one. Annihilation is going to get used.
Nothing
They know
there.
they down check the box. No one is there, and they see them bouncing around, but they have no idea if they can be able to get this one from down deep in hell. Think me off of the spin. Can they get rid of Piggy Lover? They check both corners. They're right behind them, and they cannot get back to him. Piggy Lover is able to get Thigby, and Green Hope, they're within 2 before OT.
Northwest Guildford faltering. They can afford to do so, but only 2 more times before we're going to be looking at overtime. Still, their advantage with their personnel has been a lot to overcome. It's 6-4 on this half. And they had an early lead in the last half, very similar to this one. Green Hope was able to counter. It's still very much an uphill battle for Green Hope. And a timeout just to collect their thoughts.
You go into this moment too, considering what your overall your arsenal is going to be. You can, at best, for a few of these players, get either full weapon, full shield, no util. That's not an option. You're going to be looking at at least a weapon and a half shield and some util. And on the other side of that, you just have to be able to keep your position. You can hear them out there. Northwest Guildford, the IGLs and the players, they are able to keep their spirits high. They know how close they are. It depends on if they decide to commit to this round, and then they get loser credits and bundle that up in case they lose, or if they simply save out. I say they fight both.
There's Fury on the side of the attackers. Spreading across the map. They can see too much map control early on in the previous round.
Okay.
They want to make
Here.
sure they don't leave any of their teammates unattended so that they don't get pinched down upon as we saw in the previous round. Carlson Monty, though, with the Blade Storm, could choose to play aggressive, thinking better of it. Very tentative. A lot more players leaning B than we've seen in the past. Blade Storm popped from Northwest Guildford. Carlson Monty playing off this cam mid, looking for info. Forced back from the dart.
Nowhere to
The ult
run!
coming through. 2 players in market could get affected by this. And Justin's fallen. The trips and the camera info denied. Carlson Monty gets a trade. But the value that's been found.
There was a lockdown in that back pocket of the Killjoy. That's not going to be a factor any further. Blade Storm finds their mark. They have at least 4 blades left. Now they're going to swing off of this. They know where those trips have been reliant. And now they're going to see that mesh barrier. At least they know that one Norwegian is nearby. Rock Dude, on the jump peak. They're going to throw out the Paranoia, but no, they get paranoid in opposite. Now Rock Dude running for his life. Cloudburst shoots, and they just get caught in the corner.
In exchange, though, Universe still coming out on top. Penta needing to find something to retake. Dart will come out. Scans found, but nothing on the end of it. No info gathered. Now they know where Pent is coming from. He has a drone, but will it even be expended or saved? Carried into the following round.
Last
looking
player
to find something,
standing.
but Piggy Lover is there, holding the angle. He's ready for it.
There's 3 sets of eyes, all looking the right way. A big spray, a lot of damage. The Piggy Lover off of the box bang will get rid of Penta. We are 1 away from getting ourselves into an overtime here, LB. A timeout. They discussed this. They knew, all right, do we go and sell out, or do we halfway to see what we can do in round 24? And it looks like that one is going to be our final rifle round, one way or another, of regulation.
Doesn't look like we'll have any ults online on the side of Northwest Guildford. Meanwhile, look at, we got the Killjoy lockdown. Looks like a repeat scenario of this B hit that we saw earlier in the half, potentially. Likely seeing the top from the shadows all in to gather info as well. This time, hopefully they can execute on that info. Nice to gather space. Jenny looking to go up over this wall, potentially. He's thinking about it.
You should run.
Here. Now they're playing a lot slower, a lot more conservative.
Had to wait out the wall. Lockdown gets employed. Nothing to stop it. They're going to lose at least space, but they gain knowledge. This is going to be the last proving ground. Able to find one. Carlson Monty will follow. Universe is able to get rid of at least a trade. That's going to be one of your more powerful players out of the way. Bladestorm still up here for Green Hope with Chenny in their back pocket, and throw that Cloud Burst to at least dissuade them from coming to sight. No ultimates. It's all gunplay at this point, baby. Northwest Guildford, the Vikings, they've had quadruple match point, but they've not been able to make the best of it. Top is able to come out on top. Rock Dude's able to get a headshot and take him down. It's trade for trade. LB, we're down to 3 on each side.
2 coming from lane, 1 on stairs. Dissecting the boathouse. Penta pushes, Piggy Lover's good for it in Universe. Sends it to overtime.
Oh my lord, we are going the distance, y'all.
From
Falcons.
12-8 to overtime. Green Hope has overcome all odds on a defensive-sided map against a very defensive comp. They have done it against all odds.
Fall state champions and Green Hope Falcons. You don't get that title by just being kind of good at what you do. You have to fight through fire, flame, and famine. In Northwest Guildford, these Vikings, they were pillaging early, able to take everything from them. Now, they have to get the same sort of streaky execution they had on their attack to start things off. Green Hope, how will they meet them at the door?
You have to imagine that Northwest Guildford used up all their set plays. What more do they have in the playbook? Meanwhile, Green Hope can feel comfortable. Their comp is so meta. They can rely on the fundamentals. Chenny, a very nice off angle. Detected by the dart, potentially. He's forced to swing one. The dead is not there. He's put down to half health, but the site is open for the taking. Northwest Guildford claiming the space. Closing the door, getting the plant. Stop it, though. That Odin could be devastating on the players that will choose to play down underneath heaven.
Enemy.
Mr. Squigglebottom, good for 2. The retake, it's quick.
Oh, but this off angle.
Digby
From Tree.
One
Digby.
enemy remaining.
Oh, it goes down to Jenny. He was the one pushed away in heaven earlier, and then makes his cameo appearance late term in that round. And now with Northwest Guildford, their defense was so strong, LB, and since then,
Switching
12-8 and round
Match
20
point.
from there forward, it's all gone wrong. Green Hope is feeling it.
It's 5 rounds straight for Green Hope. My heart is pounding. I can only imagine how these very talented young players are feeling at this moment, but Green Hope, they're experienced. They've been here before. They've won it all. They've felt that glory. Northwest Guildford, it was within reach, but it's been ripped from their grasp.
Right here.
Now, everything on the line for them. Defensive, splitting up those sentinels, 1 on A, 1 on B. Instead of forcing on either of those sites, Green Hope choosing to explore in the middle.
This catwalk check could be huge, depending on if they commit to it. A lot of util spread among both sides. They're not going all in on one, forcing them to either use that 0-point knife or be able to at least just body check it. You can have that. Carlson Monty gonna walk away from it, seeing if they want to go on the cross early, but now as they get at least some of that footstep pressure, They push at least one shot dart out. They get nothing from it. Off of that box, 0.9. They're able to get one. That's huge. Northwest Guildford not going anywhere. Universe
player
never find another
standing.
Piggy Lover. They get a couple. Now it turns into a 2v1, but a very hurt Ghost. Piggy Lover, what do they end up doing? They can't escape. No ultimate online. They will commit.
From the shadows, down through this plant, choosing to use it.
Watch them run.
Will they be able to hear that, though? Are they close enough? It's not been checked. The window's broken. This could be devastating. And, oh my gosh, Green Hope's done it! The clutch!
Attackers win.
Against all odds! Piggy Lover comes in huge! Monkey Man can't believe it! He's on his feet in disbelief. Green Hope stand strong and keep their hopes of a repeat state title alive. Unbelievable. What a way to start off this VESL $120,000 state championship. Absolutely incredible. Mr. Squigglebottom coming up so huge. Chenny delivering on the duelist role, carrying their team to an impressive, just ridiculous comeback victory, 14-12 for Green Hope. Unreal. What a way to open things off. If this says anything about how the rest of this tournament will go, we're in for an absolute treat. Digby, top of his team in the deadlock role. That was such a strange pick. It really surprised me. I actually was chatting with the Northwest Guildford team on the way in, and I suggested just as a joke, because they've played Yoru, which is off meta. I was like, we're going to see a deadlock pick today? They came in, picked deadlock, and almost delivered. Incredible. What an exciting first match. Green Hope taking down Northwest Guildford will advance to the state championship grand final. And with that, we'll send it back to our host. Take it away.
What an insane game.
Wow.
Dude, you got to be there, like, in the action.
Yeah.
I was watching from afar, but, like, whoa. What are your thoughts, man?
Wow. So first off, everyone give a round of applause over to Northwest Guildford.
Yep.
That was a hell of a match. That was amazing to see from them. But it really goes to show this kind of presence that you have from a team that's been there, done that, and being able to fight back. Green Hope, 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah. Well, remember, you and I watched Green Hope last state.
Yeah.
And they were impressive.
Yes.
So going into this, I was like, okay, Green Hope's going to show up again. And then we saw that right before those last 5 rounds, we were like, okay, maybe Green Hope might go down here. And then all of a sudden, it was just an insane run to finish it off.
It was one of those that you knew you were building off of some big individual plays.
Yes.
Chenny was able to really lead them. They were very efficient. They were able to lead them headstrong. Squigglebottom, they really sniffed out Justin. And the key thing that I got to hear from the Vikings, they heard all their maps were banned out. They knew they had to play Ascent, and they decided play aggressive, double Sentinel. And they were able to find massive execution from it. But it was adaptation at the end. They ran out of ideas, and it was just Green Hope that took their experience and soared.
See, that's what I love, right? When you kind of have some adversity ahead of you, you know how to kind of challenge that, adjust what would be a normal situation for you, turns into an abnormal situation. They did very well there in the beginning. I thought it was all theirs. Guildford, unfortunately, going to go down. But listen, an incredible run nonetheless. No easy task at all from what we just got to see from those players. And I can't wait to see what happens next for both Guildford and their future and, of course, Green Hope.
Yeah, this is, I already heard from the Vikings. They kind of leaned back in their chair. They realized what went down. They said, 5 duelists for 3rd place. So there may be some wacky hijinks going into tomorrow. Yeah, so that's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of sold the farm a little bit. You had it, you lost it, but you still have some fun.
No, absolutely. Let's go ahead and talk about the bracket here real quick. So that's going to send, of course, Green Hope in to the finals. We're going to have another matchup here. Not next. We have Rocket League next, but we have another matchup coming up here on the day. It's going to be RG Cal High versus Northside High. We'll see who out of those 2 teams makes their way into the finals. And then, of course, who's going to make their way into the 3rd place match for that. But that's going to be a lot of great action going on. We got more semifinals action going on today. Next up, though, is Rocket League.
Yeah.
I know Vaudible's excited, man. He was sitting out here with me. He's like, look, I love me some Valorant, but my game Rocket League is next. So Vaudible's back there getting ready in the caster booth, and we're going to have some incredible stuff. But wait, I'm getting word. We got the players coming up here to we got to show them some love here from their amazing win to start the day. So we'll get that for you in just a moment. But highlight moment, I got to ask. You were there. You were in the booth, in the seat.
Ooh.
Favorite moment from the game? Go.
I mean, the craziest one at the very end. Piggy Lover was able to turn a just unwinnable fashion. He had 12 HP and then able to get now from the shadows, turn on 1v2. They have no idea where it was. That one was the winner.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And here it is. We have your team of Green Hope. Come up here. Give them a round of applause for Green Hope, everybody. Let's go. Look at this team. It's one incredible group of individuals playing Valorant. Again, shout out. If you're in chat right now, hype up, type 1 for this incredible team. They're going to be going on to the finals. And, boys, I know you had some excitement going on there. I can't wait to see that excitement in the finals later on. But before we can get into more excitement for you all at home, we got to go into a quick break. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
technology from an esports and STEM perspective. Input from the mayor of Charlotte, Vi Lyles, who actually needs it. Because the Love and Live Music Festival is an amazing place. Main stage VIP is even better.
I told you about the esports big rig that'll be there. What's your favorite game?
Between either Madden or 2K.
Serious game.
Depending on how often he plays video. Yeah.
Partnering with Epic Games in our own North Carolina. This wouldn't be possible without our boy Steve Isaacs over here from Epic Games. He brought us the partnership that made the map of the festival. The Love and Life Music Festival is about to take over.
No, you just keep going straight. You'll find the victory here. We got a shortcut. We got a shortcut. Shortcut. Guess who's gonna win it? Let's hear you go.
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for some Rocket League action. Before we get into it, we got to talk about the bracket. We got to talk about the teams playing. We got to talk about the potential breakdown of teams that we could see in the finals. So let's go ahead and throw that bracket up real quick. I want to break down some of these teams with you here because there are a lot of massive teams. And for those at home that don't know my man that was on the mic, it is, of course, Hail Monkey Man by my side here for this one, and we're going to break down what we think of these Rocket League teams going into the semifinals and then later into the finals.
So this is a very deep stack of talent, but it also involves someone that's going to be the newest king on the throne because the previous state champion is no longer. Lincolnton is out of the ballpark now, and you have a lot of contenders that are going to be in these semifinals. Starting with the first one that's actually coming up here in just a second. You actually have Dixon, who was at the Wilmington Regional. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Yeah, that dad right there was doing that the entire time. Nason, a baller, an ace for that squad, and they took down the runners-up of Wake, or rather Havelock, and that's going to be one of my teams to watch. That's going to be a powerhouse matchup.
I like it. I'll definitely be keeping an eye on them. And, of course, you got to talk about it. It's RG Cal, Durham School of Arts. This is another team we'll get to watch play a little bit later today, or two teams we'll get to watch, rather. And, honestly, there's been a lot of talk around RG Cal.
Yeah.
So we'll have to keep an eye on them going into that one. As we say that, large screams come from the background. But the first matchup we're going to get to watch in Rocket League is going to be Dixon High and NCCA. Now, obviously, the crowd favorite, being the one dad that's louder than the entire arena, is going to be leaning towards Dixon. But you never know how this is going to go. Rocket League is a very complex game. It is not something that you can just pick up and play. As much as you might think that it's just a car hitting a ball into a goal, it is way more than that. And these kids exemplify the talent it takes to play at the top level.
You kind of described the entire game right there, but there are some mechanics that go into it. The mechanical difference between players is really what's going to separate, especially when you can not only be mechanical, but execute at a very fast minimum. And that's going to be what really sets these two teams apart. Between these two teams, one game, or rather two games, one each, was dropped in each regional. So it's pretty contentious.
Yeah, I can't wait to see these teams go head-to-head. I'm going to be real with you. This has been one of those games that I've been waiting for, right? I like Rocket League, especially recently. I talked about it before. I've been put to the test, right?
Okay.
I had my words about what Rocket League really was, and I said to a friend, I was like, 1,000 hours, I bet you I could beat you in Rocket League.
Ooh.
He's been playing for years, mind you,
Okay.
like since early Rocket League days, and so we'll see if I can make it happen. But I have a new respect for Rocket League players being able to start putting in those hours, I mean, it is truly a complex game at its core. So much that goes into it to play it at the top level. And speaking of some of these players that are playing at the top level, let's take a look at some of these players here. We actually have headshots and team breakdowns for both these teams. Monkey Man, go ahead and break it down.
All right, so going on the side of Dixon, we've got Nason. That is going to be the ace that I've been looking at. But Zoils is the field commander on the side of Butters as well. They maintain a lot of field control. But for North Carolina Cyber Academy, you've got Dark, Sebastian Menti, and Landy. A lot of players looking at Dark to be able to really take this team and elevate them to an unreachable peak.
I couldn't agree more. Look, these are two solid teams going head-to-head in the first round, folks. This is just round one of the semifinals. We got another round after this, and of course, we got some more Valorant lined up. There's so much still left on the night.
Tons.
I know you're excited. I'm excited. I know we can't wait to get into the game. We're just moments away of getting into it. But speaking of Rocket League, right? We got to talk about Vodable for a second. This man, he's locked and loaded when it comes to Rocket League. Do you think, right? And this is a hypothetical. When I hit 1,000 hours, do you think I can beat Vodable?
Ooh. I mean, Vodable really doesn't play the game. He just casts a game. But
shots fired. I'm beating Vodable in 100 hours.
Oh, in 100. Maybe 101. But
I agree.
Look,
I agree.
wait.
He's probably going to beat me on this one, actually, because I haven't played as much anymore. I will concede to that, but we'll have to do a show match after this, maybe.
All right, it's locked. Before the next state finals, it's going to be a pre-show of me and Vodable going head-to-head in Rocket League. We'll see who wins. But I'll be honest, it's not going to compare to what we're about to watch with this incredible talent on the stage. We're just moments away here from getting into this one. And for you, right, you've got to watch quite a bit of this. I have not got to see as much. So talk to me about some of the things that have stood out for you for these teams.
Zoils on the side of Dixon. Dixon as a total team has really been able to find an adaptation. They had Havelock in front of them. They've gone 50-50 with that team a lot. But Zoils, I'm going to look to them to be the anchor for this team. Nason is an ace. Zoils has to be the player that then allows them to continue to be confident.
Love it.
On the other side of that, for NCCA, Dark will put a clip of you on TikTok and will make you regret playing against them. So Dark is here to play, and if you allow that player some space, he absolutely will turn you into a lost memory.
Well, listen, it's almost time. I can't wait to get into this one. So we got to ask the crowd. I know they've been loud so far, but they got to really show up for their team. First up, who's here supporting NCCA? Okay. Oh, I hear you. I hear you. All right. Now, who's here for Duke?
For who?
See, I was testing him.
Okay,
I was testing him. I was testing him.
It's okay, I understand.
Are you ready?
He took off his hat and everything.
I know, he was so hyped. He was like,
he was about to turn off his shirt. He's like, oh. Who's here for Dixon?
ooh, I don't know. It's close. I don't know. We got some competition over here. There's two representatives from each team that are repping a little bit louder than the rest. I respect it. I'll be watching closely as we get into this one. All right. Hail Monkey Man. We've talked about a lot of things. We've talked about some of the stuff that we expect going into the game. We've talked about Rocket League at its core. Do you think that these Rocket League players can translate that skill into Rocket Racing, which is Fortnite's newest, or Epic Games, I should say, newest racing game mode? It's kind of been insane to watch, but do you think they can translate that Rocket League skill into that?
Half of it. I will tell you that the jumping is different. It's a little different. But I feel like they, at a mechanical base, yes. If they've also played any Diddy Kong or Mario Kart racing, yes.
Yeah.
So I think they could take it the distance with that. But I think also my mom could do the same thing. So we'll see if that can work out in that way.
You know what? You talked about some Mario Kart racing in there. Should we get Mario Kart on the circuit?
Oh, yeah.
Could you imagine? Like, who here would want a Mario Kart circuit?
Literally all the parents.
Yeah, listen.
Every parent.
I know there's some people over there that would love Mario Kart too. Look, I get it. You know what? We'll do a vote.
Okay.
You know, I can't promise it's going to get added.
Okay.
But what's some games that we don't play now?
Okay.
Right? So we got like Fortnite, we have Rocket League, Valorant, NBA 2K, we have Smash Bros, we have Overwatch coming. Like, there's a lot of cool game titles that we have on the docket.
Okay.
But what's one that we don't necessarily touch now that you would love to see? And we got to see if the crowd wants it too.
Oh, man. Okay. One that I love that no one else is playing. That's wild. You know, I actually dig some Splatoon. I love Splatoon. I've been playing that with my daughter. And that's, you know, a few people like that. Yeah.
Who likes Splatoon?
Is anyone? No? At least...
There's a few. There's a few in the crowd that like Splatoon. I'll give it to you.
They're very dedicated fans.
Listen, I have tried Splatoon a few times. I can't lie. I'm not the best at Splatoon. So I'll give you that one. But we actually have a really cool video about NCCA real quick. Let's go ahead and roll that and see, for all the people at home, show you what this team's all about.
Also known as Dart, and I play for NCCA.
My name's Landon. I go by Red X Harkles in game, and I also play for NCCA.
My name is Sebastian. I go as YMG_Mitzi, and I also play for NCCA.
All right, I got into it by watching some people online, and I got into the game just by just enjoying the gameplay.
Yeah, same. I used to watch clips of Kronovi and Jazer back when Rocket League was an OG game, and I just got into it like that.
Yeah, I used to watch a lot of Musty clips before I even started the game, and honestly, Musty Cow is the reason why I honestly started playing Rocket League. Yeah, I heard of VESL through my teacher, Mr. Lugers, a couple of years ago, and he told me about the esports, and that's how I got in.
I got into it by seeing it on my front page of my school website, and got into it by just contacting someone, and just felt like it was a good place for me for Rocket League.
Yeah, VESL was like the only program I could really do esports through NCCA, so didn't really have much of a choice, but I'm not complaining either. It's awesome.
Yeah, no, I've been part of the esports community for like 2 seasons. I would say it's pretty good.
I love it, to be honest. I haven't been here that long, but I've enjoyed it from what I've experienced so far.
Landy and Sebastian have both been, working with our coach and, replays and everything like that. I mean, they have been improving as a team together. I kind of just allow them to do what they need to do with aggression and defensive, and it turns out to work well.
I just go over replays and stuff from old matches, and I watch them, I see how I could have done better, and then I also watch other teams' matches, so I see how I can better prepare myself for them.
Honestly, we came into this thing undefeated. We're gonna keep it that way. The only team I say we're somewhat worried about is Dixon, but I mean, at the end of the day, we'll be all right.
I mean, yeah, aside from Dixon, I don't think we got much to be worried about.
Dixon will be a little bit tough.
I mean, winning the States means being one of the top teams in the state. It's an honor, really, and it's just a way to look back and be like, yeah, we made it that far.
It's all about really the fun too, because even if you don't make any big money either, it's a very awesome chance to have, because not a lot of people get to do this stuff.
Knowing we made it this far and we're able to take it, I mean, it's a blessing to even be there,
Yeah, I'd put most of it towards school. I'd use some of it to take my girl out, have a nice time. But, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to spend it on nothing big.
I wouldn't do anything with it. I want to try and keep it in a safe spot and see what else we can do with it to make it more in the future.
Yeah, no, I would say most of it too, but I probably put some money in to save for a trip to go to Japan that I've been wanting to go since I was maybe 12 or 13 years old. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll be going to college, but I'm still thinking about what I want to study. But for esports, if I improve in Rocket League, I would love to join a Rocket League team for college for esports.
Depending on how everything goes, I may give it a shot, but honestly, I haven't made up my mind just yet.
Yeah, I'm going to go to college, get a degree in education, and I want to be a teacher. If you're a fan, enjoy the show. If you're an opponent, watch out, we're coming for you.
Wow.
Yeah.
What an incredible interview there from NCCA. And there was one team they actually mentioned. It's not Duke. It's Dixon. They mentioned Dixon in that interview, and guess who they're going up against first? It's Dixon. So this is going to be the matchup we want to see.
Oh, boy.
I'm excited. I hear the Rocket League game is almost ready to go. I know the casters are rearing behind the scenes.
Yep.
Vaudeville has been doing laps on the stage waiting to get this started. So we won't wait much longer, folks. Let's get ready for your first round of the semifinals of Rocket League. We are here, folks. Get loud, get ready, and let's get ready to hand it off to our casters.
Gets it in there. 1-0 Dixon. Hey, they already talked about how Dixon's one of these teams that is going to be a hard team to beat, right? They're already showing it right out of the gate right here.
And that's exactly what we kind of expect from this Dixon roster. The way that they're performing, I mean, all very high rank, almost all the max rank in Rocket League SSLs, but Nason, Zolas, and Butters, the synergy from this team and the way that they were able to take down Havelock and dissect everyone at the Wilmington Regional is something to be studied after this entire setting and series is done. And NC Cyber Academy, all eyes on Dark to lead the charge for this team. Landon and Minty, they've been grinding the best that they can. But will that be enough to take on this Dixon roster?
Who's got the clutch gene? Who is ready to perform? I mean, this is a little different than being in your setup at home, right, Vaudeville? Like,
Truly.
This is a little bit different, being in the LAN center and competing. But, hey, all of these players have done it, and we almost had another goal right there by Dixon, but all these players have done it, you know, in their region. And now they all compete here in the States for the one winner.
And this is being a best of 7. So many different changes can happen throughout each game, and that's going to be a big thing to look out for these teams. But the defense is one thing that needs to be changed for NC Cyber Academy, as Dixon giving that one freely off the backboard, and a great setup for their teammate Butters on the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great put in right there, and Dixon already off to a good start here, 2-0, but NC Cyber Academy has to answer back here. But the thing is, like you said, best of 7. You got the first game jitters, and you're seeing that right here. Already a good 3-0 up Dixon. But, yeah, first game jitters is a thing.
And that it is, and with the time it took for the players to get all set up on the stage and, you know, taking their time with the tech issues that were happening, it made it so that they didn't have as much time to get settled on the stage and get ready for this. This is a whole different stage, too, from the regionals themselves. They were at college campuses. Now we're actually in a convention center here in Raleigh, and Zola's looking so strong there with the double tap off the backboard. I mean, you could hear the pop-offs from the crowd every time a goal is scored, and that's the kind of support that Dixon needs to carry this forward all the way to a potential state championship victory.
And for Exols to able to do that, I mean, how many hours and hours and hours did he have to spend to learn that trick? I mean, it's got to be a ton. You're either no. 4-0, Dixon already off to a great start. All gas, no brakes.
And the biggest question mark is, what can NC Cyber Academy do to change their fate currently in that first 2 minutes? Take their time.
Yeah.
Recollect their thoughts. Wait for their chance to strike. Go for some demos and wait for the counterattacks is the best option, I would say, for them, because right now it has been a struggle for them to even maintain control of the ball. And once they dropped that first game, what we saw during the regionals for Greensboro for NC Cyber Academy, they felt like a different team. And you know their coach Mittens is probably going to be talking to them in between the games and saying, hey, this is what went right, this is what went wrong, this is what we got to work on. And that's the greatest thing about this new season of VESL competition, is that they have coaches available to talk to them through things and get their mental right for each game.
The in-game adjustments are incredible, but also right after the game, that's those adjustments you got to you know, pick up before going into game number 2, game number 3, and going forward. I mean, that the adjustments are key. But right now, I will say, NC Cyber Academy not looking as, you know, shaky in this you know, second half.
You can say that, but with a 4-0 lead, Dixon know they do not have to overcommit. They don't feel the pressure. They have all the confidence, because That's a really difficult lead to overcome in a game of Rocket League. It's not like the Valorant match we just watched where you come back by so many rounds and tie things up and eventually get the victory. No, if you're down by this many goals, yes, it is possible to tie things up with 4 goals and this amount of time remaining. But momentum-wise and the way that Dixon are playing their game, NC Cyber Academy, their eyes are on game 2 already.
Absolutely. You got to pick up where you left off if you're Dixon. Yeah, really no mistakes right now for Dixon, and if they can keep that up, they'll be in good shape. But NC Cyber Academy has to answer back.
Getting some boosts will be a big thing to look out for them too, because that's the big thing that Dixon have been focusing on. Taking their boosts in those corners, maintaining their offensive presence on the blue half of the field, and doing everything necessary to just not give them any room to breathe, any momentum to work for into that second game. A good pass down from Dark over to Landon, but even then, not proven to be enough for NC Cyber Academy to get on the board in game 1.
53 seconds remaining here in game 1. Dixon still trying to add on to this lead, but NC Cyber Academy just trying to get 1 on the board. Just, get that momentum going into game 2. Feel a little bit better. You know what you got to do, but right now, still scoreless for them.
Which is unfortunate for NC Cyber Academy. You know they were feeling confident going into this matchup. We just had the interview that we posted there right before this as well, talking about VESL, talking about their journey so far, their plans afterwards. And that's unfortunate on the defensive end there. Zolas free reign with the ball. Dark trying desperately to get back in time. Got the boost, but not the positioning necessary to get the save at the end. And even though they could have potentially gotten it, they were a bit too far away from the goal line. So instead, bounce off the head of their car into the net.
This is when you want to say, hey, short-term memory if you're NC Cyber Academy. But if you're Dixon, you're say, hey, don't slow down. Don't do anything different. This is what you got to keep doing. But yeah, for sure, if you're Cyber Academy, hey, reset. This is a best of 7 series. Got plenty of time. Got to make those adjustments, though.
And reminder for those that are watching to first place $6,000 for the 3 players there, $2,000 for second place and $1,000 for third place. Again, do have to note that amazing goal that we saw from Nason up into the air off the backboard, undefended though, so it's more like freestyling.
Yeah,
for a moment
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, wow. How much money are you saying? 6,000?
6,000 for first place.
And the thing is, all of these teams won money in the regionals.
They did.
So this is just a little extra change in their pocket as well.
Exactly. Well, looking at these stats so far, I mean, NC Cyber Academy definitely have a lot to improve upon. At least each of them were able to get some shots on the board. So I think most of that came, though, right after those 4 goals were scored. So that's when you could tell that Dixon were really not having to worry as much about the presence of mind from their opponents. So now going into the next game, that's going to be the biggest question mark on what NC Cyber Academy can do moving into game 2. Will Dark lead the charge, trying to get that first goal, and that is going to be the biggest mission for NCCA. Dixon, you mentioned it. They have their work already figured out. They've known what they need to do, and they have it all locked in. Keep up the good work, keep up the pacing from that last game, and they'll potentially win the series.
Exactly. I mean, it's a big deal for Dixon just to get that game 1 under their belt and saying, hey, we're here. Take a breath. We got a 1-0 lead now in this series, but we got to keep continuing, what we're doing.
Can't celebrate early.
No,
I mean, we've learned that from the last series.
Man, I'm glad you brought that up because, yeah, there's definitely some celebrations a little early in that Valorant match, and it turned out to go the other way.
Either way, into game 2, and this will be one for setting the pace of this series. The first one just feeling things out. Game 2, all eyes on NCCA on how they can counter Dixon with the confidence. I mean, 8 shots for Nason, and there already comes one through from Zolas, making it that much more difficult for NC Cyber Academy to get wind in their sails.
Yeah, Dixon has not skipped a beat just yet as, just unreal. Zolas putting that one in and making this one a 1-0 already in the first 13 seconds of the game. So big shout out to Dixon already getting on the board. But as we continue, I mean, it's just one of those things where who's playing faster, the pace, the play, who's missing their shots, who's missing their passes, and right now you can't say much with Dixon on missing anything.
Not missing a beat whatsoever throughout this series. Dixon confident as can be. Front runner to potentially win the whole thing. When we talk about NC Cyber Academy, they have their work cut out for them. But they haven't been making as many mistakes as we saw in the last game rotational-wise, which is good for them. But it's hard when you're already down by 1 in the series and already 1 in the game in the first minute. Dark trying to go for the air dribble bump, but didn't get the connection that they were looking for. Maybe trying to fake out the defense of Dixon. They were a bit more wise in that challenge and knew they didn't have to overcommit.
Yeah, and then they just keep putting that pressure on. You see it right there, and there's the double touch. Butters just trying to get it in, but look at these saves. There's Dark doing his thing, and let's see if they're going to be able to make anything happen here. It looks like it's Zolas with the clear, though.
Zolas didn't really have to worry too much there, even with the amount of boost that they had at the end. Full control of the ball. That would be in a challenging position enough from NCCA. All eyes on Dark, though. Can't get the connection that they were looking for either, so it will reset for a chance to keep the pressure up for NCCA. And this is the most pressure we've seen from them so far in Game 2.
Absolutely. Yeah, you saw a little bit in Game 1, but not a whole lot. And now it goes back the other way. Like you said, that counter. And right now, Dixon's showing what they need to be doing is getting that counter punch.
NCCA. Zolas onto Dark, trying to go for the bump and demo. Know that they are the biggest threat on the NCCA team. Didn't quite get the connection either, but I saw the vision from them, and they know all they really need in this game, just hold on to this one goal. Don't want to give up too many opportunities. Nason, even without much boost, felt very confident there.
I mean, their defense is there. I mean, still no goals have been scored, and it shows that defense can win games. It's definitely showing.
Once you get a goal. That's the biggest caveat.
You're right.
Once you have a lead, defense can win games. But again,
well, I don't think they have a problem with that.
No, not whatsoever.
They've been putting up those goals real early so far in the first 2 games. But right now, like you said, now it's kind of defensive mode. Hey, let's just keep Cyber Academy out of our net.
They want to go home early tonight if they keep things up this way. Low-scoring games last less time than high-scoring ones like the one we just saw for Dixon. But the first half already gone in Game 2. NC Cyber Academy feeling a lot more confident. You can tell the rotations a little bit stronger. Not as many mistakes in that fashion, but the biggest issue for them is going to be these follow-ups from the side of Dixon like that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the follow-ups, the follow-ups, the follow-ups. You see Nason right there. And the thing is, they had a good save, but guess who's there? Zols. I mean, just finding it right after, you know, just a nice save, but it doesn't matter. The rebounds are going in for Dixon, and now they are finding themselves up 2-0 here. Minute 47, and they're going to do something here right there. And wow, that was Nason. Watch this one again as he goes from the side wall and hits this.
What a flip reset.
Oh, my goodness, the flip reset, and then over Dark at the end. Laudable, what was that?
Yeah, so they had their flip, delayed it till they landed on the ground, and then just went for an easy tap into the net afterwards. They had a couple of options from that Dark, knowing as a high-level player that they could have just gone for a simple flip reset, but instead got the flip, didn't use it, waited for them to land on the ground, and then got the goal afterwards. That was a high IQ play from Nason to clear things out, and this one's just another one to get a hat trick for Zoilis, as they are looking so confident in this game specifically. Last one, they were the lowest scoring player. They did get 2 goals, but now they're just trying to see what the record is for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, that not the last goal, but the one before that, like you said, they're completely outsmarting right now. I mean, you have, I guess I would go to baseball terms, throwing some change-ups now. Not all heaters, right? They're trying to switch it up. They're trying to keep their opponent guessing, and they've been doing a great job already in the first 2 games of this series. And remember, though, you gotta win 4. You gotta win 4 in this best of 7. So 2 right now is looking pretty good for Dixon, though.
Well, NC Cyber Academy still looking for their first goal in this series. They don't want to get perfect swept by their opponents in Dixon. But if there was a team to do it into the state finals, Dixon would be the ones. Feeling how confident they are from the regionals in Wilmington, the competition that they took down there to make it all the way here as well. But 44 seconds on the clock for NCCA to reach for something as a goal seems to be like made of sand at this point. It's just falling through their fingertips every time they try to grasp it.
And that's just kind of depleting whenever you're still haven't got a goal. And there it is though. They got one. They're on the board. They're here. They got that momentum shifting a little bit. I'm not saying it's a bunch, but
that's what you need, though.
It's something.
That is the motivation and the momentum you need going into the second half of this series. Not the second half of this game. It's kind of far
this one might,
done, but 22 seconds with that first goal. They know they can do it. They've passed the first hurdle in this journey to try and take down Dixon. But Dixon, again, not dark horses. They're front runners. And, well, Dark, speaking of, maybe I just had to say his name a bit more, and he scores this one.
You know what? I think they're taking a deep breath now, and they're realizing what they possibly need to do. Right now, Dixon, though, kind of wasn't back, wasn't ready on that. But now I feel like this might get them ready after seeing NC Cyber Academy drop 2 goals within, a minute.
Not
30 seconds,
time,
probably.
Unfortunately, to come back by the amount of goals needed. But those 2 in a row has got to feel good, especially after dropping 6 goals in the previous game and actually dropping 10 goals total before they got there too in this series. So a good game win there, but Dixon, it's not over yet. They still have to get 2 more after that one.
It's that shot count for me. I mean, it really is. I mean, 14 shots compared to 4. And now I'm not saying NC Cyber Academy is not being efficient with their shots, because I mean, hey, 50% is not bad.
1 for 1 for Minty.
But if they can put up more shots and be that efficient, I mean, flip of the script.
The biggest problem for NCCA throughout these first 2 games is that when they get possession of the ball, they've been stopped before they can even put a shot on too. I mean, Landon had a couple of opportunities from the corner, but the passing plays that we saw from NCCA during the regionals, those have been missing a little bit here. And that's what they need to work on going into the next 2 games at least of this series. Dixon, again, no notes really. I mean, they kept the pressure up. They went for demos. Even when they had such a lead, they did give up 2 goals, but they still had that big of a lead, and they didn't have to feel too worried about it at that point in time. So the biggest thing here for NCCA, getting that first goal. Dixon, keep up the consistency, and they'll continue to win.
Yeah, no criticism really for Dixon at all. Now NC Cyber Academy, at the very end, they showed a little bit of sign of light.
True.
I love to see that, because now we're in game 3 right here. We're getting it on, as we are going to see if Dark can get an early goal. That's kind of what they need, Vaudeville, to kind of get that momentum shifting in their favor finally for one of these games. Right now, it's been all Dixon early on, too.
All Dixon all the time throughout this series. And NCCA, the dark horses in this matchup, need to stop Zolas from popping off the way that they have every single time we have seen them, at least in the last 2 games, get that opening goal and off the backboard again. Dark desperately trying to get up there in time, but a hard read to make.
Dixon's day. Dixon's day. They are popping off early on every single game so far. I mean, within the first minute has put up a goal in each, all 3 of the games that we've seen so far. So right now, they're a great team to start off, but NC Cyber Academy trying to tie this one up here. And Dark, I mean, he's got to lead the way. He's got to lead the way for, their school.
Zolas has 6 goals so far for that team.
Really?
By the way. So they're really leading the charge for Dixon. Nason getting involved here as well. All 3 players from NCCA in a okay spot to try and challenge these, but Landon, not the best spot, didn't have much boost to work with. Almost got it. If they had boost, they would have gotten there.
Yep, absolutely.
And that's where a lot of things come down to booth pathing.
Yeah.
When you have to go for the boost throughout the field, make sure you pick up those small boost pads while you're rotating around, so that you at least have something to work with to go for the balls in that moment.
Right.
So
anything would have helped in that moment too.
It would have. Even like 5 boosts would have been just enough to get up there in time. But Landon with a shot on towards the net, feeling a lot better than the last game where they didn't have a single one towards the Dixon half. And Dark scored the last goal for NCCA. Trying to play more of a supporting role for their team, but it might be about time for them to try and take center stage and go for anything at this point.
Anything, absolutely. And look to see if Nason's going to be able to do anything off of that. And oh my goodness, that almost fell. Dark was able to get that save though and keep this one alive, and here comes the counter.
I like the confidence here from Dark, picking up the corner boost, taking it away from them. There's a dangerous bounce, but a bump, a pull shot into the save. I like that ingenuity from Dixon to take that one away and save it right in front of the box, but Dark there off the side wall with the dish, puts it through. Nothing the defense could do on this one. This is exactly what NCCA needed to do.
Exactly. You see that right there, just getting on over top of their opponent, and Dark putting it in, and only trailing by 1 now. Still plenty of time. Rocket League 3 minutes, 15 seconds is like an eternity when you're actually playing the game. So here we go. Dark already up in the air, but Nason's there to meet him. Landon trying to keep it on the offensive side. Keep that pressure going. If you're NC Cyber Academy, you want to keep that pressure on Dixon, because right now it's been the other way for the last 3 games.
And this is the closest these two teams have been when a goal has been scored, at least from NC Cyber Academy. You could count the beginning of games, but we're not going to talk about that. As it literally only takes less than a minute for Dixon to typically get on the board. NC Cyber Academy, with the half looming over top of them, got to be careful about their positioning now more than anything. Dixon, we know how momentum-based they are, and a little bit of a traffic jam there for NCCA. The pressure getting to them for just a moment.
Now Dark, like you said, needed to do something here. He's going to try it. Is he going to be able? Not able to, but the follow-up doesn't connect either, and Dixon's able to get this clear, and wow, how close was that, Audible?
That would have been an amazing air dribble fake into the goal for Dark. More plays like that, please, is what we want to see from NCCA. And they gave them so much time. If that was on target, it would have been a goal. But speaking of a goal, here comes Minty, the second man on the roster, doing everything necessary. Landon and Minty, the known duo for this squad. But Dark also helping support from the shadows as the shark comes down and swallows the ball. I mean, so is the lead swallowed from Dixon.
Perfect shot on that, perfect timing. It just went over Zol's car too. I mean, to tie this one up, Cyber Academy.
And this is the most intense this matchup has been between Dixon and NCCA. Anything can happen, but you know, NC Cyber Academy, they need this win more than anything. Otherwise, they'd have to pull off a full reverse sweep against their higher seeded opponents, and this is the only chance they got to make it into the grand finals. There's no lower bracket, only a 3rd place matchup, and Butters trying to make sure that they're the ones who only have 1 more game to win to make it there.
Like you said, I mean, the pressure is definitely on NCCA on this, and Dixon's just like, hey, let's just get this game over with. A minute remaining. And oh my goodness, here we go. Zol's trying to do it, but now Dark on the other side. Back and forth, the tennis match continues with being tied up 2-2.
Less than a minute remains for NCCA and Dixon. Only one of them can be crowned the victor of this game. It'll be match point for Dixon or NCCA. Force a stalemate to go into OT. Nason looking for an option. Will go out to the side for Landon to try and clear it out, but instead it's Zoils with a centering shot. Denied by Landon. Perfect positioning there by the defense, but less than 30 seconds to go.
Absolutely, and that shot was just off, but here comes the follow-up shot, and that one's it's still going to be floating in the air. Oh my goodness, it is still, there's the follow-up, and there goes Zols, putting it in for Dixon. 3-2, but I mean, the follow-ups, they just keep putting that pressure on. This replay is a perfect example on what Dixon has been doing this whole series.
The crowd popping off for Dixon on that play. We knew it was a matter of time for them to get their next goal, and that's why we were wondering what NCCA could do to hold out for a potential OT in the last few moments. But Zoilis, so many goals throughout this series, 7 total for them. And they have just been the star of the show for this Dixon squad, as they are now about to be on to match point. Also see something for the last few seconds. There was hope there, but unfortunately NCCA couldn't do it yet. It's not a win just yet. It's a best of 7, I believe. There's still another game. We'll see it go. That's game winner, not match winner.
That is a cool graphic, though.
It is a cool graphic. Maybe a little preemptive. There we go.
That was game 3 of the best of 7, as Dixon will, I mean, they they're dominating right now.
That
But that was the closest game we've saw in this series in NC Cyber Academy. I really thought they were going to pick this one up.
And that's where it goes to show the strength of Dixon. Even when there is pressure against them, cool as a cucumber.
Yep.
They have nothing to worry about. And look at all the shots that they have put on as well. No worries there from them. They kept it going shot after shot after shot, and they didn't even have to make many saves. Only a single one from Nason. So
this is very similar to our last game on shot count, because I mean I know it was close to 14 or 13 for Dixon, but still the same for 4 for Cyber Academy.
One less shot for Dixon this time.
And the thing is, they're still being that efficient with only 4 shots. They're 50% the last 2, which is like hats off. I mean, that is great, but got to get them more shots on. I mean, right now their back's against the wall for the most part, and whenever they finally do have that offense, they're making it work. They just need to get on offense more.
The demos from Dark definitely made a difference there. 3 demos from him, the most he's had throughout this series, and taking out a lot of the competition as they are rotating forward from Dixon. Made it a little bit easier, and Dark trying to make things easy here. Goes for the bump in the goalie and takes it forward. The first time NC Cyber Academy have had the lead.
That was much needed right there for NC Cyber Academy. Watch that right there, barely sneaking it in on right under the top crossbar. And first 10 seconds, too, of the game. I mean, probably the fastest goal we've seen in this series so far.
That it is, and that's how fast NCCA need to be to try and reverse sweep Dixon at this stage of the competition. Go for broke, or go into the 3rd place matchup and have a chance for something. But Dark, 2 in a row now, turning up the heat and intensity against Dixon.
There's their 2. They got to add on. They got to keep getting those insurance goals, because they know what can happen when Dixon starts clicking on all cylinders. But right now, NC Cyber Academy, they got this one right now. They're feeling a little bit confident. They got to hold on to that, though. Keep the foot on the gas pedal. If I'm their coach, that is what I'm telling them. No brakes. All gas, no brakes.
And that's what they need in this series, to at least take one and put up a strong fight against Dixon. Progress being made throughout every individual game against them. And thankfully, for their sakes, it is a best of 7 instead of best of 5. Otherwise, we would have been done and dusted going into Valorant again. But speaking of dusting the competition, Zoilus just feeling so confident here.
Yeah. And I mean, he's been doing that all series, and that's his 11th goal this series, I think, 11th or 12th, or I mean,
too many.
It's too many. I mean, already, and but getting Dixon on the board, and like Bob said, if Dixon can put this one away, I mean, that's a 4-0. But NC Cyber Academy right now up 1, 4 minutes remaining, trying to do their best on holding on and adding on as well.
Zoils has 8 goals so far for their team in this series. Really feeling confident there. Nason also doing really good for their squad as well. And Butters even being a great supporting player, putting up so many shots and assisting the team too. All 3 members of Dixon really making sure that their presence is known on the field. And we might see an opportunity here. Unfortunately, not the best direction that they could have gone for, to set that up for a passing play into the center. NCCA counting their lucky stars that there wasn't really a good follow-up in sight from Dixon.
Butters going to set up his team right there. Like you said, Butters, we haven't really said his name much, but he's been a very key role here, a role player, if you will, for Dixon. And one player is 33% of a team. So, I mean, that's a big percentage when it comes to that. So all, these players are talking nonstop, and the comms are unreal.
That they are. You can see if you're here that Dark is celebrating with a hat trick. Landy and Minty also feeling confident as their star player, able to pop off, getting the read off the wall and the follow through too to get the finish. A beautiful, masterful move there from Dark to get the lead strengthened yet again, up to 2.
Dark is now feeling it, I would like to say. Dark is actually feeling it now here in game 4. It took a little bit, and now Butters gets on the board there, puts up 1, and now Dixon only down 2. Watch this one again. Butters getting it right off the side.
That's gonna hurt.
But look at this angle. That's crazy. As Butter will be able to put one in, and now, NC Cyber Academy only up 1.
Smooth like butter on that play. That's exactly what we saw happen from Dixon. I'm sorry, I had to wait for a moment of time to use it, but that's exactly what it was. Slipped off the corner into the net, and here goes another one from Zoils, almost able to put it through. Landon, unfortunately, wasn't in the best position in that last initiative to get a good 50-50 challenge against their opponent. Came from the bottom, and it went just tipped right past them. Kind of teed it up for Butters to put that one through and tie things up almost. They still have one more goal to get to there. And right past the halfway point with the ball going the other direction. No, they can't get to it in time. And Landon making up for their mistakes, putting it through, and they'll get their first one on the board for the series.
Watch that right over Butters' car, and I mean, perfectly placed. The power behind it was just enough to make it a coast-to-coast goal. So great job there by NC Cyber Academy. Now they, they only at first only had 4 shots, but oh, look who answers back. That's Nathan. Oh my goodness. As soon as, NC Cyber Academy puts up anything, Dixon is answering back. That right there, though, was just no one going for the ball on the other side.
It's unfortunate. It happens to the best of them. Miscommunication, of course, and maybe feeling a bit too confident after the goal came through. Nonetheless, though, still a 1-goal differential between these two teams. Dixon, again, reminder for those at home, this is not championship point yet, but maybe spoke too soon. Match point for them to take down NCCA as they are looking to send them away into the 3rd place matchup. They still have some work to do, some homework to catch up on to take down NC Cyber Academy, and Dark is the main one you want to try and focus on there if you want any chance to get past this defensive line.
Absolutely, and that's who's going to be able to hit this one, but Nason able to cut that one off, and now looks like it's in favor toward Dixon. Dark needs to get this clear. They need to get this out of their zone. Because right now, Dixon wants to finish it, and that's going to tie it up here in Game 4. 1:21 left, and this game is tied. Dixon needs to get one more game to end this. And they want it bad, it looks like, Vaudeville, because they were down by a few, and now we're all tied up.
Down by 2, now tied up. 1:21 on the clock. NC Cyber Academy, chances dwindling in this upper bracket to try and move on to those finals. They have their work cut out for them to even get a game. Right now they just need a goal and some time on their side. Landon gets the save, but it won't be for long. Butters with a hat trick, trying to send NC Cyber Academy to the 3rd place matchup.
As he said, smooth like butter. Watch this as he sneaks in and puts his squad up by 1 with only 1:02 remaining here in Game 4. Dixon only needs to close this one out to head on into the finals.
It's crazy how we didn't talk about Butters much going into this last game, and now they are the star of the show for Dixon, really making their presence known. Going for a 4th goal, but what a finish by Zolos. Didn't really need it, but hey, they'll take it just to secure it and an even stronger lead against NCCA.
Yeah, you could probably have counted that. Yeah.
Okay, that was needed by Dark. That was needed. A good tip.
At first, I was like, they must have been hearing us talk good about Butters, and they're like, I'm just going to yoink that. But no, that was actually much needed, and now Dixon up 2. Butters all over the place, though. 6 shots and 3 goals.
50% shooting. Like the momentum from them and the presence of mind as well from all the players in Dixon. I mean, the pressure they are putting on. Only 3 shots for Zoils, but they have 2 goals for it as well. 30 seconds to go. Dixon looking to close things out and move on into the grand finals for Rocket League. If they win this in the next 15 seconds, guaranteed at least $2,000 for their team. With time ticking down, no more chances really remain. That was the last one there. With this amount of time, NCCA set to the 3rd place match, and Dixon get a 4-0 sweep against their opponents, and now guaranteed at least $2,000.
Wow. Congratulations, Dixon, as they move on into the grand finals.
What a victory there by Dixon. A great one at that. You could hear the crowd popping off as well. And looking at this scoreboard here, Dark did everything that they could to try desperately to take it forward and get the victory for them to at least have one in this semifinal, but it was not enough. Butters really showed up. 6 shots, 3 goals. Nason did everything necessary, and Zoils did everything that they needed to as well. An amazing performance from Dixon and CCA. Unfortunate draw on their opponent in this matchup, but hey, they can still go home with something if they win that 3rd place matchup tomorrow. $1,000 on the line for that against the winner of the next series. But that's all the time we have for this series. We'll throw it to our lovely host and see you after that.
What a series here. Of course, Dixon going to walk away as the champion. So let's hear it for Dixon! Okay, he's pretty loud. I can't lie.
What a match.
So look, I got another co-host here. Tell the people who you are.
What's going on, guys? It's Discounts.
You heard him on the mic before. Now you get to see this beautiful face in person. This man is no joke. He's no discount on the mic, that's for sure. He's full price, baby. This guy is nuts. And I got to say, your performance, casting that, amazing.
Appreciate it.
No.
We're here at States. How excited can you guys be? Get up.
Yeah, let's hear it. And listen, this is just day number 1 of States, folks. We got day number 2 tomorrow. If you're in the crowd, make sure you have your day 2 tickets too. Make sure you go to VESL.gg/states. Get your day 2 tickets. It is a 2-day ordeal. And you know, there's lots of crazy stuff going on throughout this event. And speaking of crazy, we're going to do something crazy here in a few. After this break that we go to here in a few minutes, we have a giveaway for the people in the crowd. Yes, you have to be in attendance. So if you're in the North Carolina area, you know, swing on through the Raleigh Convention Center tomorrow, 10 a.m., 10 p.m. We'll see you there. But today, we're going to give away some early gifts. We got giveaways all weekend, including a $3,000 one-of-one PC that's going to be given away live here from the venue. The first giveaway we're going to do is we're going to give away a controller for the person that wins favorite console. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be giving that away in just a few. We got to break down the games. Yeah. Let's focus here on Rocket League. Dixon, obviously coming into this, was a favorite. Everybody was hyping him up. Monkey Man talked about him. Vaudable talked about them to me earlier. So what did you think of their performance there in the first matchup?
They backed up everything they said they were going to do.
Which
means they all gas, no brakes, 4-0.
Absolutely.
Enough said. I heard someone say light work back there. light work. Hey, I will say the grand finals might be a little bit more than light work, though.
Listen, it's going to be a challenge. Just because they won this one doesn't mean it's over yet. It's not in their pocket yet. Then they could be the new champions. Remember, the old state champions from this past season are no longer in it. They lost in the regionals. So this is all about crowning the new kings of the season. So we'll see how that plays out. But I believe we got the Dixon team up here. Dixon, hop up here and show the people who you are. Come on all the way. Come on down. All the way. What's going on, guys? Give it up for your Rocket League semifinal game 1 winners, Dixon High. Let's see. Look at this. This is a quality team here. You guys did a phenomenal job here to start off the competition. In all honesty, what was going through your head there in the final moments?
We really just wanted to get the win, you know.
Love it. You were just going for the win. I respect it, right? I respect it. Just going for the win. What about you? What was going through your head?
I knew we were going to win, but I think the rest of this tournament is going to be a little challenging. But we played them once before, and same result happened. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the confidence from this team over here. One last question before we sign off here, my man. You were locked in. I saw you over there. I took a peek, man. I've never seen someone get so close to their monitor in their life. This man was locked. What were the emotions you were feeling in that moment as you guys went for the win?
It's just great to finally be able to come here and take home the win against, NCCA. Ran a lot of scrims against them, some close games, but really brought it home here.
Well, you love to see it. Give it up to Dixon High School one more time for their Rocket League win. This is a phenomenal win here to start off the Rocket League competition. Can't wait to see what you guys do. You guys can go ahead and hang out here. We're going to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you all in a few.
Edit the Wikipedia while at school and/or not with no sleep. It's like, dude, don't do this. Get sleep. So, I think Julianne's calling. Keynote. I'm pretty sure Northside does not Thank you. Oh, shit. I don't know. I've learned. I was like, all right, what is this already? Oh my god. There you go. Which I did not know that. That totally makes sense because it was supposed to learn about That's why I'm learning new things every day. When is this happening? Tomorrow. Do you know which one? That gives me time to look at VODs tonight. Yeah. It's 3v3, right? Yep. Okay. Who's doing it? Like, which schools are we doing? Do we know what match you're doing? We do. I need to see production. Okay. So I can take it on. Whichever. Yeah. I'm probably both are needed. Yeah, but we're only doing one street final, one phase. Okay. Are we doing this before or between after game one, and then we do like a thing, semi, and then after game two we do the final? That's what it sounds like. Okay. What it actually ends up being. Okay, got it. Well, we're talking about farming. Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL State Championships. Like I said before, we have incredible stuff going on throughout the entire weekend. We've had some great games so far. What's a highlight moment for you here, Discount?
You know what? One of the highlights for me is off the wall into Dixon early on in the game. I love it.
Yeah, you know what? That was a good shot.
Yep.
I like it. I like it. We have a new highlight coming your way here. If you don't know, this man is one of the minds behind VESL, one of the leading forces to make events like this happen. It's none other than the man, myth, and legend himself. It is Tarek.
Oh, Overlord to you, my friend.
Hey, what's going on, my guy?
What's up, Raleigh? What's up, North Carolina?
Let's go.
Well, look, man, I don't do anything normal. I think we all know that. So everyone in here, raise your hand if you can hear me.
That means everyone.
All the back, the side, raise your hand. So here's what we do. I made this up on the fly. Are you ready? Who wants to win $100 right now? Back there, you want to win $100? Here's the deal. This next match, just the first round. After the first round, it's a crowd participation hype award. $100. We're going to be watching you to see who gets the most hype. So if you want in for $100 cheering for one of these two teams in the first round, here's what you got to do, folks. You got to all come up here to the front, and we're going to hand $100 to one of you after the first round. So come on up front. You want $100? Oh, there's somebody. It's $100.
Let's go.
If someone handed me $100 when I was in high school, man, I'd have been all in. Just gather right up in the front, folks.
Oh,
everybody.
Players, you got to stay in your seats.
Not
here,
the,
guys.
not the players.
Listen, I know you guys want the
You guys got to sit there. $100. Look at all these people still sitting. I guess $100 doesn't buy as much as it used to.
You know, listen, that's gas still.
That's money. Come on, guys. Don't be shy. There it is. The crowd's forming. The crowd is forming. The crowd is forming. Anyone can win. Parents can win. Anybody can win. It doesn't matter who you are. If you gather up here, other players can win from other teams. Let's go. Oh, we're almost there. Couple more, folks. All right. So first thing I need y'all to do is come up a little bit. Just move up as a big crowd. Everyone feels better in a crowd. There we go. There we go. More the merrier. $100 is on the line. So let's try it out. Try out your hypeness and see who cheers the best. This is a practice round. Who here is excited for Audrey Kell? Wow. Let's get. Whoa, this dude's he's already in the lead. Who here is excited for Northside?
Ooh. Well, that's close.
Everyone's cheering for incentives, but I sensed a little more Northside. Let me go again. Audrey Kell? Northside? Whoa, Northside's got some fans here tonight. What do you think of that?
Oh, I like it. Tarek, you know what? This has been a good intro, and I know you want to give away $100, but I have a controller here that you should give away too.
Okay.
Right now, before the game starts.
Okay.
We got, all right.
How about this?
Look
Controller.
At that. Who's a PlayStation fan in the house?
I need everybody up here who wants to be in the running for $100 and or a controller. Come on down, everybody. Don't be sitting in seats. This is the main hype activation.
All right, Tarek.
All right, listen. How close are we to start this game? All right, so we're going to do 2 giveaways. Discounts, I need you up here. Discounts, I'm going to ask one time for a big cheer for who wants this controller right away off the bat to show we're serious. 1, 2, 3, go. Discounts, you got to pick them. Discounts, you got to pick them. Discounts, you got to pick them.
He's going down.
He's going down. Discounts is coming around. The caster is moving left. He's moving right. He sees it. Oh, my goodness. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. But folks, the $100 is still right here on the line, and you have to cheer like crazy for this first round. So I want you guys all gathered together, tight as you can, right here in the middle, tight as you can. $100, cash monies. And we're doing it. We're almost doing it, folks. So listen, as they're finalizing this major semi-final competition, how many of you guys like the big rig? Look at this thing. This is not a stage. This is an 18-wheel rig that rolls around. It was at Charlotte, North Carolina 2 weekends ago with Post Malone, Stevie Nicks, Noah Kahan, DaBaby, Petey Pablo. I'm talking about, and people were gaming it up there. And next weekend, it's in Myrtle for the Country Music Festival. This thing is everywhere, but right now it's in Raleigh for the VESL State Championship. This is going to be so sick. I literally can't wait. What's the ETA on this game? We're up. One mouse fix and we're ready. You're going to see two amazing teams. So one more time. Here's the rules, right? When this goes for the first round, whoever goes bonkers, I'm going to huddle up. I'm actually going to huddle with the casters and the host, and we're going to choose throughout the whole first round who is the sickest at cheering, crowd participation. Now look, you may not go crazy. That's fine. Some people go crazy. Other people get into it different ways. So we're going to look pound for pound at everything. Discounts, why don't you and the host here talk about what you're looking for?
I need noise.
All right.
That's good. That's a good start. Already in the front running. I like that. She is too. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I hear it too. Yeah, we wanna see who's the loudest here in, you said round one, during round one? Okay.
At the end of round one, guys. That's gonna be quick.
You'll hear it because usually the players are screaming as well.
So right when they click go and you see this game on, it is game on for you, ladies and gentlemen. 100 smackaroos is going to be handed out to whoever gets the hypest, the most crowd participation, the loudest, but also the most spirit. So with that, I'm going to hand it to the casters, and I'm going to keep my eyes peeled, see who's really into it. Let's go.
Yeah. All right. Listen, discounts. I know you want to run into the crowd and grab that 100, but you know what? We're going to have the opportunity to pick who's going to be walking away with that prize. But we actually have to talk about the teams we're getting ready to watch.
Yes.
All right. We actually have a graphic, too, to support what we got going on. Let's take a look at these teams here. Of course, we got to start with Ardrey Kell. You got Anime, Range, Poro, Bioki, and Chu. That's a solid team, man.
Yeah, it is.
This is one of the teams that people have been talking about. But break down Northside for us.
Northside High School, we got Saints, Ben, the Game Insane, Foxy, and UWDU.
Two powerhouse teams making it to the semifinals, going head-to-head, and it's time. Casters, take us in the game.
I want to hear you continue to be loud. Sunsets has already happened here, and it's going to be happening again. I'm Hale Monkey Man in the booth alongside LB. Bagels, we're going into our second semifinal of the day, and I don't think you're loud enough out there. This one's going to be a banger. Ardrey Kell Knights versus the Northside Monarchs. What do we got on the intel sheet here, Bagels?
The stage is set, and the sun is set. Ardrey Kell versus Northside. Sunset, the map choice. And Ardrey Kell have played this map twice before in their regional run to get to this very stage. Both times selecting this exact composition and with remarkable results. The first, a 13-1 victory, and then in the grand finals, a 13-10 victory on this very same map. Ardrey Kell took a look across the aisle at Northside High, saw that they have played Ascent, icebox and split and decided to take them off the table completely. So we find ourselves with preference for Ardrey Kell on Sunset.
Of the last 8 maps that Ardrey Kell has played, 5 of them have been Sunset. They have a comfort zone pick here, and they really know how to execute. They go into this kind of composition, and the one player that I'm looking at the most on both sides, it will be indicative of pace as well as success. Anime on the side of the Knights. Ardrey Kell, they depend upon that player, but I want to see also what JoJo does on the side of the Monarchs. We go to round number 1.
You know what I want to see? Rather, what I want to hear is the crowd getting loud. You're not loud enough out there. In through Market. Closing the door behind them and converging on this B site. We find Northside High taking the fight directly to Ardrey Kell.
The Knights trying to defend the rampart, and Baguette is going to be hanging on with them. That's going to be a couple of big finds. Udu off of Anime finding Workaholics, and Anime finding another one as Egress the Blood Red is blood dead. A 3-player hold. Ardrey Kell trying to be able to bounce back, and Anime is already good for 3.
And this retake is so challenging. The need to force them out will eventually cause Gothics to fall. Boosted, cleaning up with JoJo, and the retake is swift and decisive.
We go into this matchup. Ardrey Kell, as well as the Monarchs, are switching things around. We actually had some differences of main players on these rosters. We get to see both Range and Boosted, who did not play in the regional final over in Charlotte. It was actually Theory, Baguette, Anime Illness, and Yushi who were able to hold things down, but then Range and Boosted coming in. We're gonna have a tech pause for all of a moment, make sure everything is good to go. And there's probably honestly just so much screaming it broke a monitor.
Guys, there's a tie out there between a couple of you. I'm sorry. We got to go one more round. I got to see it all on the line. One more round. One more. The tie has to be broken. This is it, your big chance. It will all end after this round.
Crowd going crazy.
This crowd really has stepped it up. So now anyone can take it at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to get wild. $100 on the line. Let's go.
I'm pretty sure I see a dad ready to throw hands out there. He wants his money. He needs it now.
And I love the energy out of the crowd here at the Raleigh Convention Center. Y'all better keep this going all game. Round number 2.
It is a raucous, roaring affair out there. And Ardrey Kell already has their first round. Defensively, they are massive. And so is the sound that I can get from inside and outside my headphones. These parents are bananas, and that's what you want to see. Ardrey Kell, their defense will be a lot stronger. North side, the biggest thing
This is it, folks.
that we see is how you handle this attack.
That one-way cage is so oppressive. Baguette able to lock down so much space and just delay. Anime comes in and gets a pick. Igris the Blood wide and overstayed his welcome on the far side of B main. This has caused some doubt to be cast into the minds of the Northside players who are thinking the better of this approach to B. The Cypher setup is just so difficult to deal with.
This composition out of the Monarchs is what I like to call the unwilling heist participant, because you have so many that just attitude-wise want to thieve this. But the Monarchs, they're looking for at least a few extra checks out in mid. From the mid plaza, Anime is able to get rid of one. There goes your smokes. Now you have to rely on flashes. The good news is that the Monarchs have a couple of them on not just their Dizzy, but as well as the big arms of this Swede.
Workaholics flash to gain some space. Udu filling in behind. Turtle being met with Range on the other side, dealing some damage, taking none himself. The Dizzy to counter, or the mosh pit rather, just to delay this push even further as Ardrey Kell closes the gap. Time not on their side. It's
One enemy remaining.
Here in Range.
Oh, look at the crowd go wild! The crowd goes wild! It's hard to pick. It's so hard to pick out here. Oh my God! It's gonna be you! Ardrey Kell shirt, you win. Malcolm, find her, pay her money.
know the giveaway's done, but seriously, y'all, keep this same energy.
Yes, please.
This is just incredible. Fueling the vibes, and I'm sure these teams are in no short supply of those vibes either. This is likely the biggest stage that some of them have played on to date. Northside High actually are very new, not only to this game, but to this sort of environment entirely. While we have 2 Diamond players in Udu and Igris the Blood Red rounding out this squad, it's actually some pretty new players. Gothic on the side of Northside High has really brought this team together, recruited them against all odds. They had a historic run through regionals, and they're here with so much to prove.
I got to talk to that young man at the Wilmington Regional, and I could see them shaking whenever they won that grand final. But there was so much heart, so much emotion that went into not just them, but this team that they've been able to put together. So I love that they have that kind of emotion to be able to share with their school, as well as the students that come through. Again, the Paranoia off of the marketplace push. Can they be able to take on the numbers? Baguette will fall. JoJo is able to get it on the counter spy. They do get rid of the tripwire, able to work for themselves for tower, and the plan's finally coming through.
Good space gained in through market. 3 players grouped up in Boba. Grove, Anime now seeking to flank. The tripwire has been destroyed. And JoJo will be alerted of this. Here's the player coming through market. The fight to JoJo is lost. Illness with another pick. And now a 1v3 isolated and put down. Illness with 3 in the round.
Illness with the illness. They used that blast pack. They weren't ready for basically the widest swing you've ever seen. And I'm not talking about when your parents come through and they say it's breakfast on a tray. They're able to just take him away from that tower. 3 in a row. And look what's already online. This is actually what we're going to be talking about a lot, because Anime has the not dead yet. And off of a very aggressive Clove and controller, that's something that you have to account for. And Anime means they're going to have a second life a lot of the time.
Yeah, he's been popping off that flank coming from all the way across the map. Just so patient, but then decisive and swift in acting to get that angle taken out of the map and really reducing the amount of angles that his team needs to clear when they're coming back through the site. It was just a swift course of action. Anime heading things out with that pick on Cypher, who had taken that market control.
The Monarchs are in a desperate situation early on. Not, a game to be decided, but it's been very difficult to peel this one open. You have a lot of extra utility to try and get rid of these tripwires, but Cyphers can often turn these into impenetrable motions. Illness steals some space. They're doing exactly what they did before, just equal but opposite sides, and they're slowly getting rid of the Monarchs.
The showstopper now online for Audrey Kell as well. Workaholics forced out from the 0 point, regrouping towards the B site, but they haven't been able to take out this tripwire. And it's still going to keep them at bay. A cyber cage as well to just suffocate them even further in this B main area, while we see Illness closing in on the flank through mid.
Gonna try and do it forcibly. Look at Udu. Oh, Baguettes. The good for third literally never moved. Even off of the shock that they got from that aftershock, or rather not the aftershock, but the fault line, just didn't get to do anything.
And Anime, the Clove, lost their duel there, but didn't even choose to use the ult. They knew that the victory would be decisive and chooses to save it into the next round. A timeout coming through on the side of Northside, down 0-4, looking to take a moment to talk things through.
I respect this. Obviously, you don't want to let the damage go too crazy. You get a best of 1. So you're going to try and get yourself in a better position right now. And off of that fault line, they weren't able to clear corner. They try and wide swing as much as they can, but off the timing, Udu was the one nearest, especially to be able to get that plant off. Couldn't do anything off of that Baguette position. And I mean, this is now play calling, by the way, from Boosted. They were not present, or they decided to sub in. I don't know exactly what the arrangement was, but Audrey Kell was after a different IGL. This one is now leading the squad. They're looking pretty clean.
And Gothic's the IGL on the other side for Northside, and just I'm sure there's a lot to consider, a lot going through their mind, especially as these players are largely new to the game. Trying to formulate an approach to each of these rounds while also being that crucial controller player. The smokes were not where they needed to be in that previous round, and it really cost them. The stun Cypher able to just re-peek with no consequence. We need to see more smokes and more control out of Gothic specifically.
You got a lot of pressure, and they do have 3 separate kinds of blinds if they really want to use it, because you have the Paranoia along with the Dizzy as well as your flashpoints. And I like the positioning that we get from Baguette's tripwires. They're not just going for your tried and true regular unbreakables. They're actually going for these off angles where they expect some of these rotations to go.
They've been doing very much the same strat, north side each round, just putting pressure on this B main area, trying to use the paint shells to take out the Cypher tripwires. Looks like a blast pack maybe deployed. No, they're actually testing the waters, realizing the tripwire is not in the unbreakable position that it has been previously. Instead, choosing to send the paint shells deep onto site, and execution's called fault line, followed by a paranoia. The fight being taken to market, but still, there's no smokes out. They don't have control of the site. Still, we see Baguette Yum Yum on the back site, no site control, and the defenders are flooding back out. The spike's been delivered, and it's down on site. The rest of Northside stuck in this B main position. They're looking for JoJo to take some space up mid, but that tripwire will keep him at bay. Info gathered off the end of that neural net, and still, Archery Kel have the upper hand because they have the spike.
They have spiked, but they also see the Omen has their ultimate. This is a play to try to get site control opposite. Maybe they can be able to use that if they're rotating around, but they have to establish control. Look how they're standing on top of it too. They're like, no, you're not gonna be able to get to this, and that depends. There's all of one single pixel that you actually need to be able to hit if you can be able to get it. So, oh man, they have 3 on top of it, and you couldn't go get it. So now you're left in a dire straight. Range finds 2. They were able to sniff out the play. 10 seconds to go, and the only one left is the Ghost that couldn't haunt Ardrikel.
That was an unbelievable anti-strat from Ardrikel. They had that red a mile away. 3 players standing on the spike. It's not retrievable. Northside High coming off of the timeout. Their last player is put down, losing the rifle, and they are in dire straits now.
Super smart. You know that the only play left in the playbook, at least right there in round 5, was to go from the shadows, and there it goes. So now you're in a bad buy. Maybe a rifle or so if you really want to force it up. But, I mean, they're just chilling. There was nothing that they could do to be able to get back to it. And then when they got onto site, range just took them down. And especially off that wallbang headshot, JoJo and Udu, who are arguably 2 of the best players on this team, just fall.
They also invested Thrash into the previous round with little success. Quicker pace though this time, Udu. Caught by the trip, and he sat down. Baguette, another opening kill to give his team the advantage, and that's the spike as well. Wingman wasn't sent out to plant, and now the spike is out in the open once again. Disaster for Northside, but they've kept it close. Only a 2v3 for them to work with now.
A lot of ultimates they have to work through if they decide to expend it, and they just already break Cyber Cage. They're going to let them know that they're very nearby. Anime does not care because they have their ultimate. They could actually play so aggressive right now. Another ruse is going to go in the way and separate them completely. The Mosh Pit gets expended as well. And Northside, I think they have both the rifles that they bought into this. The rest was just kind of a bargain bin. So it's still massive advantage over. And you have the Rolling Thunder. They're going to try and activate from this. They use the flashpoint. Then they don't find Anime. Illness is able to get 1 as well. And that is 6 in a row for Ardrikel. We already saw that timeout get used. They can't stop the momentum.
It's a great setup there on B main. Just the crossfire that they've set up. They had the time, they had the control with the smokes. It's so one-dimensional from Northside High. They're trapped in this B main. They're suffocating. They aren't able to have any map control. We need to see them to start to branch out in new directions, to try new things. Maybe send a lurk up through mid. Mid control has not been contested. And on a map like Sunset, it leaves some opportunity for Northside to turn things around.
You can definitely tell that the map experience ain't here, and the discomfort is very apparent because not a single time recorded, at least this season, have the Monarchs played on Sunset. That is a big difference to Ardrikel, who's played it a ton. Range, getting rid of the best duelist that they got. Egress and Illness, oh boy, this is gonna be rough. Can they see him just off angle? They're able to find 1. JoJo finds him lurking, but they're expecting a second Q.
This could be crucial. This flank has not been clocked, it's not been checked. They're still funneling onto site. It is a 3v3, but even if Anime is put down, we'll have that ultimate available. Finds 1, 3v2 now. Players are on site and put down the spike in the default position. Anime swings out, and Workaholics sent packing.
Anime making that long season into just a 4-part episode, and unfortunate for us, well, at least unfortunate for Monarchs. They would rather see some more. But that is 7 in a row. In the green room, we were talking a little bit about Sunset being left on the table for, of course, being the decider is such a huge swing of strat And of course, this is just, it has the potential to just be a runaway train, especially with a team like Ardrey Kell, who's trying to get some vengeance and get back to states.
Yeah, Ardrey Kell came in knowing exactly which maps to ban. The 3 that Northside High had played. Northside High decided not to ban Sunset and Bind, which Ardrey Kell have looked dominant on, and said they must not have felt comfortable on Lotus or Breeze. Undetected! Anime takes out Eagles the Blood Red. The Showstoppers put on the ground. 3 into the round and a revive. Baguette comes up with the 4th, and it's just down to JoJo. He's set apart from the spike. The lurk was the right play, but still, he's too set apart from his team. They weren't able to find the common ground. Anime still the clove. Put down the trap, finding some value. There's hope in this round yet.
With both range and Anime down, it's just going to be up to some of these Jiggle Peeps using that Cyber Cage to cover their flank, and they can't step into the paint shells. 2 points of damage, which is better than a whole HP bar gone. But you're separated from Spike. You have 3 big killers in front of you, and full intel can be gained from that camera placement there on B. They've down-checked B a lot, and they just can't break through the Cypher situation. I'm going to call it that regardless. And A, even when they get there, they don't often know what to do whenever they at least get to sight.
Yeah, they know B's cut off. The spike is in their possession. The setup in mid is just devastating.
Oh, yeah.
And JoJo knows he does not have a chance to win this round, though he is hoping with every fiber of his being that he can retain this Vandal into the next round. But it looks like Ardrey Kell choosing to activate, choosing to hunt now, giving up their holds and taking action. Illness coming around the corner, spots him and takes him out. Another rifle put down.
Poor JoJo. That's one of my favorite skins, by the way. Prelude to Chaos. Shout out JoJo, one of my faves. If you guys haven't played Doom, you should. Just saying. But 8 in a row now, and it's there's not too much that you can find as positivity here for this side of the Monarchs, but they are at least trying to kind of adapt in real time. You have 1 rifle that may be coming through. They're actually going to look to maybe full eco on the anti of that. You have Thrash and this Showstopper that really could just be used at whim and whimsy. And I mean, this round in particular, I don't see it as a big turnaround motion, but I could see maybe a 9-3. Depends on what you just find on the next go around. They're going to see 2, and Illness will back up.
Taking some mid control, changing things up a little bit. I do like to see this out of the side of north side, but just with the limited weaponry, not much to be found. And the space immediately retaken by Ardrey Kell, as we can see. The Raze, Illness coming through to claim that space off the back of that ruse. God, they're attempting to TP past what Trip may be on site, but the spray through the cage. Anime's found Udu.
Trying to be able to tag 1. I believe they didn't quite get them on the X-ray from the cam. And again, they're just trying to peek beyond the veil, but whatever's in the abyss is staring back. And it's in the form of very angry knights that are very well defended. Anime just off angle, and I mean, right now, they're just poking the bear.
They're just able to cycle these smokes, the metal, the cyber cage, and just keep them stagnant in B main. They're stuck. They can't go forward. They can't go backward. The space that's been gathered by Illness, look how deep in that tile's position, could be ready to devastate. Illness with 1 Anime. And a response from JoJo again, the last one standing. The spike deserted. No point in saving here. We'll have to take the fight to them, see if he can come away with 1. Needs to find the headshot, does not. Anime with 4 on the round.
Anime is going to stack up these stats right now here in the semifinal. And you know this team has some unfinished business, and they just got to see Green Hope do some crazy stuff. Anime, Illness, and Yushi and Theory, all from that previous team that want to find some level of control as well as revenge. But I mean, 17-4 as Anime. It can't be spoken any clearer than that.
Ardrey Kell just have absolutely downloaded Northside High. They know exactly where they're going from the beginning of the round because they have range posted up on A site, throwing the Dizzy straight up in the air. Meanwhile, on B, again, you can cycle the Cypher and the Clove utility to just delay and delay and delay. If they don't see anything off of the range Dizzy, they're good to push forward, to take that space, to take out the Cypher trip, and to cast so much doubt and uncertainty into the minds of Northside High that if they get delayed on the other side of the map, they got to be questioning, second-guessing themselves every step of the way.
I feel like they just need, maybe not to force the issue, but to be able to look at A with a much more consistent stare and just think, all right, well, we have not solved the puzzle that is B. If you're not going to win marketplace, then you're going to have to just look at A much more concertedly. I've seen plays where, especially if you go up into mid plaza, you go topside and you spin around, you can control those links, and then that separates the entire map. We are on tech pause, by the way. So we're trying to, I think Boosted literally just fell out of the lobby. I don't know how that happens on LAN, but shout out. So online, sure. This, I don't know. But we're going to try and get him back in.
Fortunately for Northside High, this is heading into one of their rifle rounds. They have a few ultimates online, and it could be a chance for them to talk through to align on their strategy. I think we need to see a little bit of mid-control shown. You know, smoke up top, some space being taken out middle. I'd like to see as well the Dizzy either getting false info, the Dizzy that goes up on the A main, having a player that's shown that actually gets flashed, and then maybe rotating to the other side of the map just to keep Ardrey Kell spread out, or at least shooting the Dizzy to deny them the info. Will keep them questioning and potentially swing things back in Northside High's favor. Back in the match now, JoJo getting early info, suppressed by the 0 point. Despite the Dizzy finding info, we now see players rotating away from A. Slowing things down. I don't mind this at all. Northside taking a step back, having a little bit more map control, playing a little bit more passively. A default, it seems. And it's kept Ardrey Kell very spread out.
You don't mind this, but this is the same play we saw last round. They down check A. They did at least a little bit of mid. And there's an operator that's trying to get loud. Egress, unfortunately, can't walk away with anything. And I think Egress right now is actually hunting for their first kill. They've not been able to get anything, and that is a huge tell as to how Ardrey Kell has put up a wall. Usually that player in particular would be leading the charge, and they can't even get their feet to go in the right direction.
Well, it's tough. They haven't really had a chance to do much. They've been tasked with going on this B approach, using the paint shells to take out the Cypher trip. Your best utility is now forced to just counter the utility on the other side. Illness with a showstopper, keeping them back. The Cypher is put down, but Illness taking the fight to them right into the path of the op. Igris on the board now, 3v3.
Operator finally makes its connection. Egress is left in a do-or-die situation, and they must do rather than die. They've only got 10 seconds remaining to be able to get that plant off. I don't know where they're rotating to, but they've decided to keep the operator and do nothing more with it. The Thrash gets expended because it's a hobby to send the fish out, and that land shark will see no targets, but Northside will see no sight. A lot of util expended and no progress gained. This is the Monarchs really just stuck on their heels.
While the default play, the approach to take that a little bit slower was all right enough from the jump. They again pivot to this B site, weren't able to take out the trips from the jump, didn't deny the info. Then they got slowed down again by the cage, again by the smoke, and they just ran out of time. If you're going to default, you need to be decisive, you need to make that rotation and get out on the site. Time just not in their favor. In a 3v3 situation, even numbers, they had to let go to the wayside just to save the op.
Look at the read right now by Ardrey Kell. They know that they've been kind of doing a little bit of this, and that's a great first pick as well onto Illness. But they super stack A, put Anime over there. Workaholics is going to get that trade. Neurotheft's going to come out, and they're going to see how many members are left behind on this. Knowing that there's a couple, they're going to try and press it in. This, for the first time in a while, is going to be one of their better executes. It's sad that it took 10 rounds to happen. Dizzy goes out, and Boost is going to try and defend deep sight.
Boosted tucked in here. The TP out and the flash, the counter, he's just sticking the plan. Boosted catches him off. JoJo, though, even up the numbers, finds 2. 2v1. The cage to get some space. Default. Range. Lots of utility. The mosh pit, this is going to be huge. The cage has gone down. Both players are forced down.
One enemy remaining.
One fight is isolated. And now it's just down to Egress. Range. The wingman sticking. Egress finds the first round for Northside.
That's actually massive because they were swinging up into corner, and that blast pack did just enough damage along with confirming that. I thought that wingman was going to be able to get the defuse off in their face. Instead, little guy will turn into a puddle of tapioca, and we go over and finally finding ourselves around. I love that they committed to that. We saw so many times, first contact, nah, we want to run away. They took that fight against Anime, and they finally turned into success.
first round on the board. Just a little bit too late to be gaining any kind of momentum. Surprised that blast pack didn't take the wingman off the spike, but regardless, gets the kill and cancels the defuse. Final round of the half. Early use of the grenade to take out the trip. Thrash has been called into play. The Rolling Thunder actually takes out Thrash, which is now on the floor. Instead of sending wingman out to plant, it looks like Udo has chosen to go out and plant the spike himself. Oh, this counter. The null command, the fast flood, illness and boosted, finding one each. Udo, is he checked? The ramp on the backside, they know exactly where he is. And illness guarantees the 11th round. Only 2 more needed as we head to the second half.
The Knights say Udo? Hoodoo. I don't know. Monarchs, they're going to find 11-1 right now. Let one through, and we then flip halves. Good news for Monarchs.
Switching sides.
There's a 3rd place match tomorrow. The bad news for them, they're 10 rounds down. This is a tough situation at this point in time. And just to say it lightly, let's look at how this flood happened in the first place. Awesome obs, by the way. Our flycam observer able to show basically the immense waterfall of lethality that was pouring in out of the Knights.
Such diligence there to clear back site as well. Knowing the last player is a Gecko, possibly just sent the wingman out from main. Instead, they're so diligent to clear back site, to check it, put him down, and guarantee the round without any kind of question, without any doubt. Ardrey Kell, just a commanding first half.
Go to our second half. This defense, it's just a tiny bit structured. In opposite, you have off of the Clove the ability to just kind of re-hit. And Ardrey Kell has now the leniency to do that.
Wingman's gonna
Wow, no fear from range. He just sends wingman right out to
Send him in. He's part of the army. Let him go.
He's expendable, apparently. The plant will come through, but the number is favoring the retake. The defenders north side.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh. 3v1 now.
Okay.
Illness is deep, though.
They have to re-hit Illness. Right click.
They're just giving him the 1v1s.
Illness.
No util. They're just dry swinging one at a time. It's just terrible to see when they had such a clear advantage. Now it's just down to JoJo.
Get the death.
Illness, the timing, the clicks, everything is there. And Northside just, when they thought they had a sliver of hope, are decimated.
There is 0 vaccine for this Illness as they're able to take 3 down with them. And this post plant now turns into a desperate situation. The first 4 already were, while the last one is going to be even more. As we see Ardrey Kell trying to turn this semifinal into a speed run. With only 1 left aside. Wow. I mean, yeah, you send wingman because he's going to get the job done. Look at him. He's just so well defended.
That's a guy right there who has a job and gets it done right, without question.
Unlike me.
And they're increasing the pace still. Ardrey Kell aware that Northside are going to have to force into this round, but they're not worried about the Bucky. 1 gets taken down. Likely we'll see stingers on the rest of these players. Baguette with the advantage. This could be it.
1 enemy remaining.
Last player is clocked, and he is put down. Ardrey Kell decisively 13-1.
Ardrey Kell, the Knights, they multi-class into assassins as they go and take out the Monarchs from their supposed thrones. Northside, they will go down in 13-1. Looks and Anime at the top of the stack with a 2.0 plus KD, 3074 ACS, 18 and 9 and 7. Wow, 4 all at the top. Only boosted the IGL, who was taking care of business, efficient, the least amount of deaths in the entirety of this run. And Sunset, obviously a well-practiced map and possibly one that's going to be in our grand finals now, as we have confirmed Ardrey Kell will be going into it against Green Hope, a rematch of the Fall State Championships. A wild one to say the least, but I mean, this is definitely going to be a learning experience. They didn't play this the entirety of their run through spring, and now they've gotten this this flavor of it. Got to feel that this is going to be a tough one for them. So looks like that we're going to be going up to the main stage as well. I want to know what our host over there with Panda, he saw this one be crazy. So wow, just can't imagine. Panda, how you feel?
Feeling good, man. Leave no doubt. That's what Ardrey just did. They said, you know what? Your favorite. Not only have we been talked about throughout this regional season and, of course, last state finals, we're going to be talked about and dominate here in the first set of the semifinals round. I mean, honestly, you got to watch it firsthand, right? Give me some thoughts.
Ardrey just had them downloaded from the very jump. Every single round, they were very clinical. They used the Dizzy exactly how it was supposed to be used, getting info early and then making decisions based on that, rotating around. The Cypher just able to anchor on B site was just so difficult. And Northside was really never able to get an advantage. They were very unclear from the jump, never really countered the strats that from the Ardrey side should have been obvious, but it took some time. They really needed to talk things through. The timeout, they weren't able to find any adjustments, and it was just a little too late, too little too late for them from that point.
Of course. Well, let's break down the bracket. We already know what this is going to look like, but look at this journey, right? Green Hope takes out Guilford. They go on to the finals. Ardrey takes out Northside. They go on to the finals. So we're going to have that finals matchup tomorrow. It is Green Hope going head-to-head with Ardrey. But the third place match is going to be an exciting one.
No doubt. And this is actually going to be a rematch in the grand finals of last year's state championship grand finals. So a grudge match between Ardrey and Hope. And honestly, I would say that Ardrey coming in as the underdogs are actually potentially going to have the upper hand because of just how decisive this win was. While on the other side, Green Hope struggled to a victory and had to go on a massive run, winning 6 rounds straight, comeback on match point to win in overtime. Might have shaken them up a little bit. We'll see if they're able to keep their composure, but it definitely raises a lot of eyebrows as we head into championship Saturday.
No, it absolutely does. And honestly, Ardrey is coming back with a vengeance. I think this matchup tomorrow for the grand finals is going to be spectacular, but we'll have to wait till then. And for the people at home that are wondering what's going on for the weekend, well, this is day number 1 of a two-day state championship. You are witnessing some of the greatest players in North Carolina competing head-to-head for their opportunity at a massive, sizable prize pool. So much on the line, so much to look forward to, and all of that comes to a close with one more round of Rocket League for the night after this quick break. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you soon. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Check 1 2.
Check. Check 1 2. Check. What's going on, everybody? Moments away from the Rocket League semifinals.
Excited to watch Durham Arts. Coming from the regional, I had the pleasure of watching these players compete. Looking forward to them taking the big stage here at the state championship.
Let's hear it if you're still out there for the final game, folks. That's it. It doesn't matter if everybody else left. You're still here. Let's go. Who's going to win? Is it going to be AK? AK's been sweeping stuff. Y'all think so? Nobody, everyone here thinks Audrey Kell's going to win? Everybody.
Illness and where are you from?
I'm Ryan. My in-game name is Boosted, and I play for AK.
Thomas. My in-game name is Anime.
Jubin, my in-game name is Baguette Yum Yum, and I play for AK.
And I'm Aiden, and my in-game name is Range.
I heard about VESL from my friend Range here. He convinced me to join because there was a lot of money involved.
This Range guy, he got me into VESL and Valorant, and there's a lot of money.
I had a friend who was on the Overwatch team at our school tell me about it.
I heard it from my friend from Rocket League, through my classmate, and also saw it on the flyers on the school wall and whatever. So I just decided to join. Why not?
Joined the Rocket League team first, and then the VAL team last year.
I think VESL's a great organization. I think they do a lot of things really well, and I don't think there's much to be changed.
I think this is a great program.
Overall, VESL is a pretty great program for high schoolers.
Yeah, I agree. I think VESL's a great program.
I think it's a great program for high school students to get into esports. We just consistently practice. Other teams rivaling us, we come up with new strategies. We can anti-strat their strategies and adapt to their playstyle.
Yeah, like Joseph said, we've been practicing 3 hours every day.
Honestly, I don't know what these fools are saying, man. I think we're just gonna wing it at States, to be honest. No practice, just straight in, just like what we did for regionals too. No, I'm joking. If we can, we're gonna practice as much as we can, so we can definitely try to beat Green Hope at States.
And I'm hitting the Kovacs, the AIM Labs Plus. You already know.
I think that we're gonna do a tiny bit of practice, but realistically, we're all pretty great. we're gonna win pretty easily.
I think Green Hope's gonna be easy.
To be honest, I don't even know about the other conferences. I only know Green Hope, but that was about it.
This championship win just gives satisfaction for all the hard work we've done, all the work we've put into this, and all the work that our coach has put into us. So we gotta make Ben proud, and we have to save risk from getting too.
A win's a win, right? Get that free bread. You know what I mean?
We'll just establish ourselves as the #1 team in the state.
To secure this win, we got the two GOATs, Boosted over here, who's not boosted by the way, and Baguette Yum Yum.
They had no Baguette Yum Yum last time.
Yeah, they didn't have Baguette Yum Yum, or we didn't have Baguette Yum Yum.
And that's, I think, what's going to make the difference.
Yeah, like Joseph said, we got me now and Baguette Yum Yum. We've been practicing for quite a bit.
For starters, we changed our team comp. Not playing the double duels like last year. And also we got new people this time around, so let's hope it's different.
They don't know us. Yeah. I think that our team is actually really good, and all these goobers are tough.
Yeah, so my phone is kind of scuffed right now. So with the prize money, I'm gonna get a new phone, and then I might get some new game equipment because I have a paired keyboard and mouse right now.
So if we win this one, I'm gonna have to donate some of this money to Illness over here. He really got me into this, and I'm gonna have to buy him some new equipment.
For me, I think it's time to get a new PC. This old rig has been really letting me down recently, so
I'll be saving and investing. You already know.
I might buy a new laptop for myself so I could work better, but I'll save the rest.
After high school, I'm planning on going to college, getting a degree, probably in comp sci, and I'm gonna be developing some games,
I'm planning on going to esports college. It's really fun. This is my life pretty much.
I plan on going to college, obviously, probably getting a degree in engineering, something like that. And I mean, if there is some type of esports there, I might participate, but God, it's a big if.
Yeah, after this year, I'm going to be studying computer science at UNC Charlotte. Stay there, do esports maybe, or transfer mid-year to Chapel or NYU or another school.
Hopefully, I will get into a good school and I'll be able to study engineering and get a degree.
Shout out to Ms. Horseman and Ben. Y'all have supported us along the way.
Yeah, I'm really thankful to all my friends and family, especially Ben.
Shout out to the teacher, Ms. Horseman. Also Ben, good looking guy, by the way. You also been there as well.
Ms. Horseman, Ben, also my family and my girlfriend.
Shout out to Ben for all the work he's put into us and for being so handsome.
Northside High, I don't know that team, but we're beating y'all. And Green Hope, y'all might have beaten us last year, but we're coming for y'all this year.
That is Ardrey Kell's Valorant team speaking nothing but facts here going into it. But we got one more Ardrey Kell stepping up to the plate, and that is in Rocket League. Let's go ahead and break down the teams here as we get ready for the final match of the day. Bagel, what's going on here?
We got Durham's School of Arts, who I had the pleasure of casting their historic run through the Raleigh Regional Championship a couple weekends ago. Cataclysm, we got Habibi and Arcs. Arcs is in SSL. peak in the 1900s, best rank in the game, is going to be the player to watch, no doubt, from both sides. But stiff opposition on the Ardrey Kell side. Xander, Skimmett, and Barris all at a solid Grand Champion 2 rank. The floor for this team is so high that it's going to be up to Durham School of Arts to break them down.
Here it is, folks. Ardrey Kell versus Durham School of Arts. North Carolina, are you ready? Let's go. It's about time to get into this first match of Rocket League. I know the crowd's ready. The players are ready. Ardrey Kell, you ready? Durham School of Arts, are you ready? Casters, bring us in.
Thank you so much, Panda. That was an amazing analysis of these two teams. The floor is high for the side of Ardrey Kell, but Durham Arts, they got the peak SSL action. And speaking of Ardrey Kell, already getting that first goal 3 seconds in.
What? 3 seconds already? I mean, Ardrey Kell, I mean, we saw this earlier, you know, with Dixon scoring off, you know, with the first 10 seconds of the game. But now Ardrey Kell answers and does the same thing. So already a great start for Ardrey Kell in this game, or best of 7 for game 1.
That's what we expect to see from Ardrey Kell. Able to take down JT Williams, who beat the two-time state champions here at VESL Lincolnton in their specific regional to get to this point. And they're going to be trying to make a name for themselves, and Sander the one to score this time.
Yeah, and Sander, I mean, you got Skimmett, Barris, all are just phenomenal players. This is a team that will put the pressure on early and not just stop. They will keep it going throughout the series. This is a team that won't lay down and let you come back or do anything like that. This is a team that is just a firepower team, and you're seeing it right here. Skimmett almost put another one in, but great defense there by Durham's Arts, but guess who answers back? That's Sander.
Sander ×2 can't be stopped or underestimated. The demos into the corner help a little bit there as well, but really just a better challenge from Sander. They saw the defender, knew they had the momentum and movement to go for the challenge and send it right around them into the back of the net. I did not expect 3 goals this early from Ardrey Kell, but expect the unexpected is what they're telling their opponents.
Exactly. I mean, they're trying to set a tempo, and they want to keep it this whole time. And I mean, man, I've seen them do it. I've seen them do it back in regionals. I mean, they're the ones that did it. And now Barris on the board, as we see Barris get one. And now, I mean, you still got 4 minutes, 4 seconds, but Ardrey Kell's got 4 goals.
That they do. They do have those 4 goals. Unfortunately, though, for Durham Arts, I mean, this is a tough spot to find yourselves in. Not ready as they get on the stage, but this being game 1 and how closely contested a lot of these matchups have been throughout the day, I'm expecting big things from Durham Arts once they get going. Again, Arcs, SSL, peak 1900, MMR, pretty high, almost up there with the pros out there as well, but even then, still have a lot to do.
And just in high school,
and just in high school.
I mean, he's just
to be
starting
fair, though,
out.
A lot of Rocket League players are in high school,
That's true.
but, you know, different than other games out there.
Very true. I mean, the hand-eye coordination a little bit different, but you see Skimmett gets that pass and puts it home. Let's see who was there to give it to him. That was Barris with the pass to Skimmett. These two are, I mean, yin and yang. This is the duo you're going to look out for here this weekend.
All players in Ardrey Kell have scored in this first half of the game, and this is more of a stop than we saw in the other semifinal in the first game. I mean, it took a lot more time for Dixon to get going against NCCA, and well, now Ardrey Kell, they have not stopped going for the ball, going for boosts, demos. And the biggest thing we're witnessing here is the difference in coordination between these two teams. Ardrey Kell, because they're similar rank, or the same rank basically, they probably play together a lot, they know what to do, but Arcs, of course, they were going to be the one to score first for their team.
And you really needed that goal right there. Watch Skimmett trying to do something, but Arcs getting over top on Skimmett, and just great challenge there. I mean, hats off to Arts on that. He's going to have to do a lot more of that, though, to keep up with this Ardrey Kell team, but already answered back. You know, it took you know, in the past game it took them a while to get going, and now already putting up 1 here in game 1. they need to just keep it, letting it roll, right? Arcs knows what to do. He's trying to, but no boost he has. But Habibi trying to keep it on the offensive side. Not looking good now. Adrikel looking to put another one in, and that's Sander with another one. I think that's his hat trick. 3 shots and 3 goals, and I mean, can't ask for any more than that.
Bear's the assist maker, the playmaker here for Adrikel, feeling so confident with the way that they're going down the field, has the vision to set up their teammates perfectly every single time, slotting the shot exactly where they need it, the communication on lock for Adrikel, looking for the Brazil already before the halfway point, almost got it off of that kickoff goal. Skim it, can't really get anything off of that play either, so we'll be looking for another opportunity. But still, at the halfway point, 6-1, almost 7-1 here.
Hey.
What can Dermarts do as we're now out of Brazil?
There's your Brazil. But, I mean, just the coordination you pointed out, it is unreal. Whenever you feel like a player isn't doing anything in that time, if you watch Adrikel, that third, who's kind of not involved, is either going for a demo, trying to get in a better spot for the, the ricochet, the rebounds, whatever. But, yeah, they're always moving. They're always communicating. And, I mean, that just makes them so good. I mean, everyone knows what's happening on the field.
Well, what's happening right now is that Durham Arts are wishing they woke up a little bit earlier to prepare for this matchup against Adrikel. 7-1, and we still got 2 minutes of game time to be played. If Adrikel keep this up for the remainder of the series, Durham Arts are going to have so much to work on in between games. But this being game 1, Durham Arts having experience. They've been here before at regionals, at state finals, and doing everything that they can to at least keep the spirits high. But they can't afford to let any more goals in at this point if they want some semblance of momentum into game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're Durham Arts, I said this in series 1. It's best of 7. It's okay.
It's not
you can drop this. You could get blown out 10-0, and next game win 2-1, and you're tied up. You're back in it. So. Yeah, still all good here on this, but right now Adrikel looking pretty hot after this game 1.
That they are, but got to take it game by game as the series progresses. It being a best of 7, they want to make sure they at least get a game against their opponents, regardless of how things go down. Less than a minute remaining. Sander, doesn't even have to go for it. Wide open opportunity. The defense struggling to keep up with Durham Arts. The pace of play that we are seeing established by Adrikel has not stopped since the opening minute.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, because if they can keep this pace up, I mean, Durham Arts has to play to their pace, because if not, you're just going to see the repetitive score similar to this each and every game. Who's touching the ball faster? Who's getting there? And right now, Adrikel's winning on all levels.
Cataclysm without a single shot so far, and only a single shot for their star player Arcs. Really tells the tale of what's been going on in this first game. Is they've been stuck at the midfield line. Habibi has one as well, and they haven't really been able to break out their end. And when they do, it gets denied before there's even an opportunity for it to develop into anything. With 30 seconds remaining, Durham Arts hopes and dreams on the line in this next game.
I mean, you see it here. Adrikel's not slowing down. They're going to keep continuing to put on as many goals as possible. And, usually when you're up by this much and you're like, we'll lay off the gas. Not this Adrikel squad.
No. Goes to show how much of a powerhouse this school is. We saw how they performed in Valorant. Just carrying that momentum into Rocket League with a different roster, and 8-1 is a statement to make in the first game of this best of 7 semifinal.
Absolutely, and all this ball has to do is touch the ground. Ooh. And we have Adrikel taking game 1 right there. I mean, wow, I mean, was this kind of what you were expecting here
Not
in game
really,
1?
honestly. I was expecting Adrikel to feel really confident, especially what we've seen from them before, and taking down JT Williams in a 4-0 sweep in their regional. Yeah. And that JT Williams took down Lincolnton that a lot of people were expecting big things from, the 2-time state finals champions. But Durham Arts, again, need a bit more movement from that squad. This is very similar to what we saw happen with NCCA, where one player not doing as well as they could, the other one's doing everything possible as they can, but they were just stuck on their side for such a long time. And the biggest difference between, I would say, Durham Arts and NCCA is that NCCA were able to keep up a little bit more defensively, and we only saw a couple of saves compared to all the shots we saw, 14 shots from Ardrikel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look in the demos too. I mean, that's another part of the game where Ardrikel will not lack in. If they're not putting up goals, they're still demoing. And then if they're not, getting all these assists, well, they're demoing. And if they're getting a little bit of saves, well, they're still demoing. And that's what's happened. I mean, anytime Ardrikel can make a car go kaboom, they're going to make it happen. So you're probably going to see more of that in this series.
I think a big thing we need to witness from Durham Arts is more midfield presence, and that's been a difficulty for them because of those demos, because of the coordination that Ardrikel have to keep the ball away from Durham Arts. So if they can do that, feel a lot better intercepting these opportunities from Ardrikel, then they might have a chance here, but they have a lot of work to do to get to that point in time. Sander off the back end, not going to be able to get the follow-up that they are hoping for, but looking a lot better is Durham Arts, on offense. Sander read that, though, from a mile away. No momentum behind that one.
Nope, and there's your kaboom, and that was on Arts. They know which player to take out for sure. As Durham Arts, though, hey, remember, Ardrikel was already putting up, I don't know how many goals. I think they had 4 within the first 4 minutes of game 1. So, hey, that's a positive note there for Durham Arts. They're doing a pretty good job on holding Ardrikel's offense.
Ardrikel just wanted to beat the goal-scoring record in the semifinal. It was 6 in the last one, so now we got to 8 this time. And we'll see if that continues to be the case throughout the rest of the day. Nonetheless, though, 0-0 in the first minute bodes well for Durham Arts and their chances to come back. But no, BB can't get the connection. Skim it. We'll get that right over top of them. Miscue on the challenge is really what that was, but also positioning-wise, the BB not the best spot. Tried to go for a difficult save and almost got there.
Skim it with a magic touch on that first goal of game 2. 3 minutes, 58 seconds remaining, though. Durham Arts definitely making a step toward, positive, being better in game 1. Yeah, they got to start well. And the thing is, they're getting the ball across the net like this, and good things are going to happen for Durham Arts if they can continue to do that. Ardrikel's doing a good job though at getting these clears.
The follow-ups is really what we're lacking at this point for Durham Arts. Making sure that you have someone there on the rotation after you put an initial shot on and get it through the net afterwards is exactly what they need to be doing and focusing on offense. But they got to get to offense first before they have a chance to do anything. And being boost-starved in your own end makes it that much more difficult. And that's exactly what we saw Ardrikel do so well in the last game.
Well, and that's kind of what we saw from Dixon. It was just non-stop shooting, right? The follow-ups, the follow-ups, the follow-ups. And that's how you get the 13, 14 shots per game. And right now, I mean, Ardrikel's been doing it. And here comes your follow-up.
So many what-a-saves happening on the end of Durham Arts. Feeling a lot more confident defensively, and the flip reset from Arcs, not enough power behind it. But saves left and right for both teams, keeping this at a 1-0 scoreline. Maybe not for long, though, if Barris goes for it. Cataclysm wanted to get involved, and no defense there on the rotation back.
Gladiclip was trying to keep this one on, but Barris read that perfectly right over the top of his opponent's car and into the net, making this a 2-0 game here in game 2. Ardrikel leading in game 1, now in game 2 as well. But yeah, Arcs he's got 3 shots on and also a save. He's trying to do it all, but now look who's doing it. It's Skimmit. Skimmit putting up another one.
And Skimmit feeling pretty confident in that last game, but had the least amount of score. It was 555 compared to 585, but even then, got to mention it. Because there are only so many stats you can talk about in Rocket League. But right before the half, 3 goals to 0, on a pace for a similar performance to the last one. And kickoffs not really working in the favor of Durham Arts. Need to change their strategy there.
Absolutely. I mean, Ardrikel has just been winning, like you said, every kickoff. And now here comes your follow-up, and that's going to be perfectly placed by Sander there. Watch this one again as he's setting him up too. He set him up, but right back to him. A little bit of placement. That is great placement there because all 3 players for Durham Arts was there, just not able to get that save.
And this really just goes to show how important it is to have players around the same rank that have played with each other, know the rotations, know their limits, and what they can do with each other. And when you're playing in high school, it's really hard to know exactly who you're going to come out with teammate-wise, and the coaches and players doing the best that they can to rank up and get to the situation that they need to be in mentally. But again,
Arcs being the highest ranked player in the lobby, they're focusing a lot of their energy and attention on them. When they're in the air, they have at least 2 players in position to counter, and Ardrikel just sucking any life out of the competition.
They definitely have their eye on Arcs, because anytime, like you said, anytime you have the ball, there's 2 cars around, and now Arcs needed to get that save there, but Sander able to put enough on it. Now it was another one for Sander, and just right over Habibi's car, and Arcs could not get back in time to get that save. And Ardrikel, kind of same story as game 1, just all gas, no brakes.
And that's what we saw in the last series. I was hoping for something different.
I know.
This time. But it's okay. The players don't want to stay here as long as they want to. They want to get ready for bed and into the 3rd place and final matchups tomorrow. Right. But still, plenty more game to go for Durham Arts to at least get on the board in game 2 and look towards the second half of the series if it continues in the favor of Ardrikel so heavily as it has. And Ardrikel, I mean, no strangers to danger. They've been through fire and flames in their specific regional they came from. And Barris looking to lead the charge for their team. Almost got the dunk perfectly into the net, but deflected away by the Durham Arts defense. In the final moments of this one here, Discounts.
Yeah.
What's got to be on the mind of Durham Arts as they look for any redemption into the next one?
What you're thinking is, hey, we got to make some adjustments. Does anyone know what to do? Because right now, I mean, Ardrikel is just kind of, they're digging in their bag. They have a bunch of tricks, and they're pulling them all out and showing them, putting them on the table. Hey, this is what we're going to do, and try to stop us. So I don't know what Durham Arts needs to do, but hopefully after this game, they have a nice little huddle around and got to talk about what needs to happen. And honestly, communication is the best thing. Is hey, I'm gonna make an example. Hey, Skimmit is just midfield all the time. Let me take him out, like something. Just talk to your teammates and try to figure something out. Wow. But look at Sander from the top rope.
That's 3 goals in a row for the hat trick for Sander to close out game 2. Still potential after a kickoff, but you don't really need any more moments of action for Ardrikel to close off this game. And hopefully, for their sakes, close off this series momentarily if they continue with this pace of play. We thought there might be a change from Durham Arts, but no good in game 2. Nope. They'll have to look towards game 3 for potential.
Well, and we saw, in that first series that we saw, I forgot who it was, but they came back too. I mean, it was game 3 whenever they needed to put up some goals, and they finally did. Game 4, they were actually in the lead. So, yeah, maybe it could be too late, but I don't know. It's one of those things where once you get that momentum, you gotta ride it. So if Durham Arts can get a little bit of spark of life here in game 3, they're gonna have to ride that momentum all the way, because you're gonna have to shut down Ardrikel's momentum. Right now, it is top notch.
And that momentum, Arcs doing everything that they could in this game compared to the last one. 4 shots compared to 2 from what we saw, and really trying to push the envelope for their team to get that goal early on and take on Ardrikel, but it just did not prove to be enough. Defensively, did a lot better from what we saw previously. A lot more saves compared to the first game, but they also put a lot more pressure onto Ardrikel. I mean, they didn't really have to make many saves, only 2 in the last game. Look how many they had to this time.
Exactly. Yeah. So
at least 3 more. So made it also more difficult too, because didn't see as many demos. But I feel like they were also focusing on offense so much too.
It took them a while too to start putting it on. So if you're Ardrikel, let's try to start off hot again. Because game 2 was a little, it took them a while. Yeah, a little shake. I mean, we say that whenever they won 5-0, but either way, you want to just kind of keep putting that pressure on Durham Arts if you want to just kind of sweep me, right? That's what you want. But Durham Arts, if they can get up early, I feel like, they will have a little bit of spark to them.
Close opportunity there for Durham Arts to get a pinch goal, which would have been a huge change of fate for them to be in the lead for the first time in the series. Really have to rely on setting up arcs down the field, but also making sure that they go for challenges that they know they can get. That challenge in the air just now might not have been the wisest decision. It did
put some pressure onto Ardrikel, but they were not really going to be anywhere for a setup. Arc close on that follow through, needed the connection, and that would have been a surefire goal.
And normally he doesn't miss those, so you know he's wanting that one back. You know, that's just a very unfortunate, but Arcs is one of those players where, you know, he's not going to slow down. He's going to keep going. Truly. Not until the clock hits all the zeros on, but that just missed right there. Ardrikel barely missed that goal. Durham Arts staying alive here on this first goal of the game 3. Like I said, they do need to get something here. And right now, Ardrikel just shutting any time. You feel like you have a door opening and they just shut it in your face every time.
Pull shot Arcs to get the ball away from their side too. I mean, I like.
Yeah, they're not making it fun for Arcs at all. Not this game.
And that's so smart too. When you have a top player on your team, like we saw with Dark in the last series and Arcs here, you gotta focus on them because you know if you can take out the top player, well, the rest of the team will crumble, and that's kind of what we've seen happen so far. Arcs leading the charge yet again, but Sander just patiently waiting it out. Knew they had the better angle on the option there. Barris almost got the finish either. Sander with no boost to push that further into the potential zone for a goal, and this is the longest amount of time we've gone without a goal so far, and Durham Arts looking for it, almost get it, but it will be saved by Skibbit.
Yeah, and they continue to keep the ball here and put the pressure on. This is exactly what they need. Keep this ball on Ardrikel's side. And right now, they've been doing a good job at it, but it goes the other way. Arcs has possession, though. Can he get it back on the other side? Looks like Barris is going to be able to put a stop to that.
This is tough for Arcs too, because it's got to go all the way back to their side to defend with not much boost in the tank. Almost dunked by Barris. Here's the follow through from Sander, and the first goal again goes to Ardrikel.
Yeah, you got that stale right in front of goal right here. Look, Arcs, but Barris on top just to slam it down and set up Sander. And Arcs even still almost got to that save. Close. That was a very close one. And like you said, hey, this is the closest game that we've seen so far in this series. So it looks like Durham Arts might have made a few adjustments, and it's paying off.
That it is, but Ardrikel with a 2-game advantage, not feeling the pressure as much as you would expect in this series so far, and getting that first goal with the opportunities we've seen from them so far. Sigh of relief from them that they still got it and the momentum in their favor. Durham Arts won't be able to come back so easily. Though it being a 1-goal game makes it that much more of a chance for Durham Arts to get on the board. But the only time we have seen them score was in that first game after already 5 goals went through against them. So this is the big question mark. Can Durham Arts get it? But no, it gets denied. Arts again needing just a little bit of boost.
Any little bit light of the tunnel, anytime, it just shuts back down to black. I mean, nothing else you can see there as great defense going on right here for Ardrikel. We have a setup, but it's right there, but no one's there to follow.
So close, yet so far for Durham Arts in that moment. Ardrikel, again, making it that much more difficult for Durham Arts to do anything on offense. On defense even, being suffocated. No boost to work with, no resources here, and it's going to be a difficult spot for them to be in.
And we'll see if, I mean, this is the time. You got 1 minute remaining, game 3. Arts is trying to set his team up, not able to do so, but followed by a BB trying to keep that ball on that side. That is the goal right now. Just keep setting up your teammates, and they're now doing a good job at it. But that defense from Ardrikel once again comes up and does what they do. And Skimmett gonna try to make an angle, but great save there by Durham Arts. Going back, still on the side for Ardrikel, but on the back and forth it goes. 20 seconds remaining here. Durham Arts needs to put up a goal here to at least try to force an overtime.
I don't think it's going to happen. Less than 10 seconds to go here. They have to go all the way down the field. There's potential if Sander was not there from Durham Arts. Time ticking down. Arcs is the one you want in your court. There's a follow through as well. Denied by Ardrikel on the defensive end. Wow. And there it goes down. Ardrikel will be able to take a game and now be on match point. But before we get to that here as well, we do have to tell everyone in the arena that there is a missing Costco card that has been found for Clint
Mumford. So if your card is a Costco card that you're missing, see Amber at the merch station to pick up your card.
Need to get that Costco card.
Yeah. Get all the deals you
You're
need.
not going to be able to get your groceries without that.
Yeah.
Well,
so Clint, go find your card at the merch station.
Man, I mean, the one time you really thought Durham Vars, I mean, they were going to come alive here, Audrey Kell shut them down. I mean, and that last second setup, too. I mean,
So
Arts had a
close.
great setup. Everything was perfect. But Audrey Kell's defense, also perfect. So you see the shot count right there. A lot better for Durham Arts.
The best we've seen from
them.
them.
I mean, look at that. I mean, that's 7. And 10 for Audrey Kell. So they are now trying to keep up with that shot count. If they can do that, they have a shot.
They do have a shot. They had plenty of shots,
Yeah.
but none of them went through, and that is the biggest thing here for Durham Arts. They had enough shots, but not quality shots necessary to get the victory, to get that one goal, or at least send us to our first overtime of the state finals here at the Raleigh Convention Center for VESL Spring in 2024. One more game potentially, but Arts ends the goal drought, goes through with the kickoff goal. 6 seconds in, won't be stopped.
Watch this here with the air dribble. I mean, just the timing, knowing to take a little bit off. That's what I like to go back on with the baseball reference, throwing that changeup instead of that fastball, and that's what just happened. And Durham Arts gets the early lead. I talked about this in Game 3. I talked about it in Game 2. Finally, Game 4, they're here putting up the first goal and trying to, force a Game 5.
This might be a chance here if the defense was there, but the demo comes out, Skim it with an open opportunity. But Sanders setting the stage, gets the setup originally, then goes for the demo on the side to make sure nobody is there on the rotation into the goal as it goes to tie things up quickly in this first minute.
Such a heads-up play right there by Sander. I mean, the demos have to, they play a big part in Rocket League, and you really don't see it until you see it. And most of them are highlights of a goal being scored. And there you go as Barris scores this one. Skim it with the shot. Barris with the redirect. Watch this again. Barris sets up Skim it. Back to Barris. Tips off the car over Arcs and puts that in to give Audrey Kell the lead here in Game 4.
What an amazing play as well. A give and go of epic proportions for Audrey Kell to ensure that they could get the lead yet again against their opponents. Durham Arts, they felt hopeful, but it was fleeting at best after a kickoff goal.
You know that hurts. That hurts if you're Durham Arts. I mean, you finally get that lead, but how long did it last? Not long. But right now, that's just showing you how much Audrey Kell is just ready to put this one away.
Almost had an opportunity there. Sander tried desperately to course correct there in the air to send it into the back of the net. Trying to clear out the goalie as well. Barris with just a simple pop-up, but Arcs is not going to make it that easy on them.
No.
They had to use all of their brain cells to get that one goal over top of Arcs before, and maybe the energy is gone there for now.
Yeah, very well could be, as Arc's going to try to set up his team here. Possibly might take a shot, but I mean, there's always going to be someone on top. I mean, trying just to make Arcs have a terrible day. You see the bumps. Just Arcs, anytime he's going up, there's 2 other cars with him.
Makes it so much more difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, if
when teams are picking on you, that's no fun,
so close. And there we do see Barris with the finish this time. The defense not able to do too much. Off the side wall, Cataclysm tried to challenge in midair, but the flip reset comes through, and even with Habibi on the goal line would not be enough. And I was just about to make an analogy. It reminds me of the WNBA currently with Caitlin Clark coming onto the scene. Everyone focusing on her, making it that much more difficult for her to do anything. That's exactly what Arcs is experiencing in this game.
100%. Anytime, they found out his rank and was like, all right, we need 2 people on Arcs at all times. And right now, it's been working. It really has. I mean, anytime Durham Arts, you feel like they have a little bit of light, and it just gets shut down. So Audrey Kell, though, on the other end, I'm sure they're feeling great. It doesn't look like they've slowed down at all.
And that's what they need to do. They know they have this lead in the series.
but they also want to show their opponents on the other side of the bracket, if they do eventually win this, that they are nothing to be underestimated, that they are a top contender looking for at least $2,000 guaranteed if they win this game.
I mean, it is hard for Adrikel to be like an underdog, air quotes.
True.
I mean, it's, wow, great play there by Barris as the double tap. Watch this again. Off the sidewall, sets himself up and dunks this one home. Look, Abibi almost had that's the second time
Yeah.
he had that and just barely let that one in. But Adrikel up 3 here in game 4. They're feeling good. They're ready for tomorrow, possibly.
Barris with a hat trick as well, leading the charge for their team in this game. It's really been a different start of the show for every game. I mean, Sander we saw in game 2. Well, actually, no, Sanders has been doing pretty well for themselves. 4 goals in game 1, 3 goals in game 2. But this one is all about the Barris, and that's exactly what we need for them to pop off for their team. Sander, overall MVP. Barris, this game MVP for their squad. No longer setting things up like we saw in the previous games, making sure that they are set up for success to make it to those grand finals tomorrow.
Listen, whoever has to go up against Adrikel, possibly be Dixon, they better be taking that bear spray because Barris is here.
Deny them any access, make loud noises and wave your arms, depending on the type of bear, of course. Won't give you the wrong advice there.
True, yeah.
Nonetheless, though,
either that or play dead.
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't work at all. Almost an own goal would have been dangerous, but calculated back pass, we'll call it, as it was stopped away by the defensive line of Adrikel. And Durham Arts looking for one final semblance of hope, denied to the corner. And Sander, the man with a plan yet again, into the midfield, and chances dwindling from Durham Arts in this last minute.
Yeah, as time ticks down, I mean, the chances get worse and worse, and especially if they can put this goal in, and that Sanders going to try it over the top.
No.
He's going to, and that could be the nail in the coffin.
No boost for Arcs. You saw them try to jump up in time. Cataclysm a little bit preemptive, but went for a huge mechanical play to backwards aerial into the ball. Almost got it, but even then, a little too late on the jump. And Durham Arts down by 4 goals, 43 seconds and ticking down for the squad. They're going to have to make up for their mistakes in this series to face off against NCCA, who had a little bit more success than they did in their semifinal.
Yeah, and matchups are a big time, big deal. Well, I was like, let me hold my breath.
Maybe.
But answering back, Barris almost put another one in, and that would have been his 4th goal on his 6th shot. So, I mean, Barris, what a game for him, and what a series for Adrikel.
Truly. Adrikel proving that they are one of the best, not to be trifled with, making their way to the grand finals tomorrow. Here for the VESL Spring in 2024 State Championships. Adrikel guaranteed at least 2nd.
There you have it. Yeah, absolutely. At least in the money, I think the 2nd place is at least 2K. So there you go. That might help you upgrade your setups at home.
And look at those stats as well. 702 points from Barris, an amazing performance, hat trick, all the shots and saves. The only saves for
and
their
the demos.
team. Barris was the MVP that you could want and ever ask for in that final game for Adrikel. But Durham Arts, got to give them credit where it's due. They put up with some tough competition, did the best that they could, made it so close, and getting that first goal, there was some chance for them to do a great thing in getting that first game, but instead they were swept by their competition.
Well, you know, if I'm Durham Arts, you know, this is the game that, hey, this is going to get me ready for next season, right?
Tomorrow specifically. They still got
tomorrow,
the
that's right. They still got 3rd place, so it's a big day tomorrow.
Big day tomorrow. $1,000 on the line for those 3rd place teams, Durham Arts and NCCA in that matchup. But Adrikel against Dixon, that is a matchup we were kind of expecting going into this. Amazing to see how this matchup was going down. But I believe we got our hosts ready on the stage, so we'll send it away for them to close out the night.
What an incredible show of events here, man. We just got some of the best Valorant and Rocket League we've seen all year.
We did our best.
It's just an absolute pleasure. I mean, the environment is great. The stage is set for an amazing championship Saturday tomorrow. Just stoked to be a part of it, man. It's
I am too. It's going to be exceptional. Man, we have to talk about the bracket, though. We got to talk about what it's going to look like for tomorrow, because you already know finals gameplay is going to be Dixon versus Ardrey Kell. A lot on the line here for these two, and this has been a matchup that's been expected for quite some time. But we got to talk about the third place matchup as well. That is going to be that Durham School of Arts and NCCA.
The stage is set, or should I say the rig is set. It's going to be an incredible matchup, highly anticipated. Dixon and AK both very well respected, very high level players. Can't wait for that matchup. I was sad to see Durham Arts fall short, but we still get to see more of them tomorrow during the third place match.
You're absolutely right. And one thing I do want to talk about, and I know you want to talk about it too, the Valorant matchup for tomorrow. It is something special, folks. This is not going to be one that you want to miss. Break down why it's so important to tune in for this Valorant match.
Well, first is the most obvious, that it's a rematch of last year's state championship.
Yep.
Just a grudge match, and it's going to be the match to watch, in my opinion, tomorrow. But there's actually stakes riding on this match. So Ardrey Kell, I had a chance to catch up with the players before the match, and Baguette Yum Yum said that if their team wins the state championship, he will eat a baguette. And on the other side, if Green Hope were to take home the victory, our esports director, Risk, has agreed to get a tattoo of the Green Hope logo.
Risk, buddy, you better get ready, man. It might be a special day for you. I can't wait. So much action packed into one more day. And if you don't know, and if you're here in person, this is a 2-day event. Make sure you sign up for both days of tickets. But that's going to be it for us. Thank you guys so much for coming out for the VESL State Championship, day number 1. But the action really comes down in day number 2. You're not going to want to miss it. We got Smash Brothers, NBA 2K, and of course the finale for Rocket League and Valorant. We'll see you there, everybody, and you all take care. Have a wonderful night.
Ultimate, we have to wrap up within 25 to 30 minutes. So everyone close up your stations, do your final touches, and then let's